Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. This is a fan walk here, a part of the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix here at Watkins Glen. You can see here the weather is clearing. It was raining just a few minutes ago. This is our Group 1, 3, and 4 fan walk. All the fans are allowed down here, but for some reason our drivers didn't get the memo, I think, that we were doing a fan walk, so they're not here. A lot of the good crews, they've brought the cars down here, but a lot of the drivers aren't here. So we're going to start in second position. This beautiful Echidna, a 1959. Only 3 of these were made out of Hibbing, Minnesota, where my favorite singer-songwriter is from, by the way. But this is actually just a beautiful car. You can look inside, just kind of based on the other sports racers of the day. Just a beautiful car. Randall Green has brought this car. It's so much fun to watch. We had him a few weeks ago with us at Road America. He won the Spirit of SVRA award bringing this car. So he's qualified P2. Then we've got another very interesting car because, again, this is groups 1, 3, and 4. So this is a Devon Porsche, really cool. We were talking actually at the tech inspection, but Cliff Murray in this Group 3, and tell us a little bit about this Devon Porsche thing that you've brought here.
Well, it is a rare piece. A fellow named Bill Devon decided he wanted to build cars, and he did a few different things, but one of the cars he built was road ready, hand you the keys, and you could drive off with a completed car. And it's called a Devon D because the parts are that it adds to it to make it a full car are Volkswagen, which is Deutschland. So it's either Volkswagen or Porsche. Most of them were Volkswagen. This one is Porsche. Theoretically makes a little more power, but it's a kind of an interesting car. It's rear engine, and it wasn't intended to be a race car, but it goes okay.
And it looks great. That's all that really matters.
Yes, it does look good. Everybody loves the look of it.
That's great. Well, have fun out there. That's our Group 3. Sorry to come through here. And then we'll come back here because we've got some very interesting cars back here. Unbelievable. The number 47, I want to make sure I get this right, is William Demarest and this beautiful Falcon. I love this thing. It's kind of, to me, almost like a squash short-nosed D-type. But here's the driver right here. So tell us about this beautiful Falcon Mark II.
This is a 1960. It was originally had a Ford 105E motor. We've replaced it with a Coventry Climax 1.5 liter single overhead cam full race motor, 89 cubic inches, dynoed at 142 horsepower. Has an MGA Le Mans gearbox, close ratio, straight cut gears. And the nice thing about it is if you look on the steering wheel, you see we proudly have our SVRA gold medallion.
Nice. I love it. I love it. And if you know me, you know anytime anybody brings a race car with wire wheels, you have my attention. I absolutely love that. 72 spokes. Yeah, it's a little bit more than my MGA. I love that. Now, this is not the flatbed hauler that brought in the Falcon. This is also a race car, ladies and gentlemen, and celebrating an anniversary here, 75 years. Derek, I've been watching you since last year. You were here on social media, and you've gone around the world with this thing. And like I said yesterday, this isn't a trailer queen. This car is his car that he hauls his trailer with to the track. And I've seen that at Laguna Seca. I've seen you pull in with this car hauling the trailer. I saw you pull in here. Has it been a fun adventure?
It's been a wild adventure. Everyone's so nice, and you just sort of, as soon as you get out of the car, everyone wants to come up and give you a hug, which is fantastic. And coming back here for the 75th, it's wild. It really is wild. And
explain to everybody watching, what do you mean by the 75th, and why is that so special, especially last night with the reenactment?
Well, it's 75 years of Cunningham and the Colliers taking both Cadillacs to Le Mans. But also Cunningham and Colliers bought both Cadillacs here. The Le Monster did, I think it was a pace car for the race. So us bringing it back here is sort of really sort of sentimental because it's 75 years and the people get to see what happened, you know, 75 years ago. And to race up here again is just awesome.
Now, the Le Monster, the wheelbase of this a little bit different than the other little small British sports cars that are out here. What is this car based on?
So the car is based on a genuine 1950 Cadillac. It had a 331 motor. It has 3 on the tree. For those that don't know, it's up there on the column. And it has drum brakes all the way round. It weighs 3,500 pounds. So it's a handful.
That's unbelievable. Thank you so much for bringing this out here. Lots of fun. Make sure you follow him on his social networks because it's so much fun to follow them basically around the world in this thing. And just so cool to have him out here again. He was with us last year, but this is the 75-year reunion that he is looking for. Like I said, a lot of the drivers are not yet here, but let's go talk to some TR4s. So this is the Uncle Jack's race in the number 95. You don't look like Tony Drews, and you don't look like you're ready to go out. But introduce us, tell us who you are.
I am Tony Drews.
You are? Are you going out, though? You don't look like you're ready to go out.
Up in the seat there.
Oh, okay, nice. So tell us about this car, then.
This car, I believe, has been a race car since it came to California. So it's been a race car pretty much all its life. Doesn't have any notable history, like it didn't win any national championships or anything, but has very few street miles on it. I've had this car since 2002. Bought it from a guy who had a bunch of success in autocross with the car. And, yeah, I've enjoyed it. My dad raced Triumph TR4s. I bought a TR4, so if I beat him, it was the driver, not because I bought a better car.
Yeah, the equally yoked. Now, is this an IRS?
It's a solid axle Triumph. Okay. So it's not the TR4A independent. It's a TR4 solid axle rear.
And the solid axle, I've heard both ways. I've heard some people like the independent rear, but I feel like for racing, the solid axle might be a little bit better.
Well, the solid axle is stouter, so it will take more abuse. The independent rear suspension, if set up properly, which is a real challenge to do because it's a weird design, is a better handling car if it's well done. Yeah. So,
and I see you've got all the approvals from Cass Kastner on here, so you've done some Triumph events.
I have done many Triumph events and followed Cass. He sponsored a Kastner Cup for the Triumph cars, an annual race. 2003, our last one was last weekend. Cass passed away, unfortunately, a couple years ago, but we continue on in his honor. Nice. So he was the original competition director for Triumph and went on to great fame then with Nissan. Yeah. With the IMSA program, he won many world championships with them. Yeah. So he always thought it amusing that he got as much notoriety from his Triumph connections, maybe even more, than from all his success with Nissan in IMSA. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Tony, thank you for bringing that out. Don't forget to put your, what some people call your race costume on, but your race suit on, and have fun out there. Nice job.
Thank you.
Then for some more British cars, the MGB here. This is the number 34. Oh, let me see. That was a good catch, right? Are you the driver?
No, I'm just a lowly mechanic.
Oh, well, then you're the most... So Doug Sharipa is the driver, but as a British car guy, as an MG guy, the most important person is the mechanic. So tell us a little bit about this car.
All right, this car came to us from Colorado. It was built by Dave Headley, who was one-time national champ. It's a 63-64, a pull-handle door. It's been racing probably about 10 years. It's been a great car. It's quick. It's been reasonably reliable by British standards. Doug's having a great time here with it. This is the perfect track for it. Smooth, fast, flowing. It's a great place. He's having a great time running here.
Nice. I love it. And as a British car guy, what he means by reasonably reliable means it starts every other time. Would you agree with that?
Well, there's been some pushing involved with this car. All right, so that's our workout. I don't have to go to the gym anymore.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you so much for bringing this. Let's talk, because I see the Iceman cometh. He drove by in that Morgan, beautiful Morgan. You are Where did you qualify? Are you
Number
fourth?
4.
Qualified fourth in that Morgan 4.4, the Canadian.
Qualified.
So tell us a little bit about your Morgan.
It's a 4.4, 1964. I'm a 1952 model, so I'm a little bit older, and I'm a 2 arms, 2 legs. That's a 4-cylinder, 4 wheels. That's why it's a 4.4. 1.7 liter. This is my 3rd season driving it, and I retired from my Porsche because this is so much fun.
Nice.
It is just a blast driving around in this car.
I love it.
And so do I. And it's just so much fun. We had our issues with it. It's just like everything that's a little older takes a little more care.
Yeah.
And to see it running all the time, it's just great.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for coming out. Have some fun out there, Iceman. Now, we've got some Formula Vs in this group over here, so let's try to find out who they are. We are expecting 29 cars on the grid, and I'm only seeing about 7 or 8 right now, but this is the number 1-2 of Arnold Carball Jr. Where is he? Not here yet. So let's just rip on this guy a little bit. He showed up late to grid. He's going to be starting from the back, but this is the number 1-2. You can see the Bugs Life transmissions on there.
Not great for grid. Our speed was such that we're qualified in the back.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's the fun of it. Something I like to point out with the Formula Vs is they've all had to make these cages around their shift linkages because back in the day, the Formula Vs would come up and bump their competitors right out of gear. So you don't really want that to happen while you're out there racing. So we're going to the number 71. Alex Gee, where is Alex? None of them are here. Okay, hold on. So we can see some MG Midgets coming through that will also be competing in the Collier Cup as they're trying to grid through. We'll move back up here through the grid, try to see some of the cars that have come in. Sorry, guys. So we didn't get to talk to this TR4 here, the number 146 of Gregory Thompson. So you're Gregory Thompson, right? Yeah. And this beautiful TR4, very nice. Welcome to Watkins Glen. Are you having fun?
I'm having a blast.
Now tell us about your TR4.
I bought this on Bring a Trailer, believe it or not, 3 years ago, so I'm a fairly new racer.
I've seen this car on Bring a Trailer. I'm on there every morning. I love the British car, so I remember this, yeah.
So it was brought out of a barn in about '97, ended up at Wire Wheel, went to California for a couple of years, went to Texas, and I bought it from the gentleman that had it for about 10 years in Texas.
And where do you live in real life?
Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Nice.
So
all the way out from the Twin Cities to do this. Is this a twofer? Because you guys did the big Kastner Cup last weekend at Lime Rock, and now you're here?
Yep, we had 38 Triumphs on grid at Lime Rock. That was a blast.
Nice. Now, how many, I'm a British car fan, of the 38 that started, how many finished?
I think we had 35 finish. Wow. We started the weekend with 38, and I think attrition, I think we had 35 still on grid to finish the Kastner Cup.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, that's really good. Well, nice job. Well, thank you so much for bringing this out here. Beautiful car. I love my Triumphs. I love my MGs, and we have a plethora of them here at Watkins Glen. Now we're going to come over here and talk to this midget that showed up a little bit late, the number 74. Oh, Richard Zipkowski. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing really well. So you're back out here in an MG Midget here at Watkins Glen. You're going to do the Collier Cup tomorrow as well? Yeah. Nice. So tell us a little bit about this midget.
Well, this midget started its life out on the West Coast. Way to the East Coast, so it's been racing ever since about a year after it was built.
Nice.
Various versions.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much for bringing that out here. Basically been racing since a year after it was built, so very nice. Thank you so much for coming out. We've got about 4 minutes on the grid. I'm hearing from Skip. Hey, you want to be on TV? Come here, let's talk. Yeah. You ever talk? So You're at Watkins Glen. You're here at the fan walk. Are you guys having fun?
Yeah, I am.
All right, so I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Pick a favorite car that's out here right now.
Le Monstre.
Yeah,
Le Monstre. Yeah, Le Monstre. Or
66. Devon Porsche?
Yeah.
Nice.
I like 243. I like the fire truck.
You like the fire truck. Very nice, yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun here. Go Penfield Patriots. So, you know, we like to let the kids get on TV, have some fun, and they were obviously very enthusiastic, but the crowd favorite seems to be that Le Monster over here. As I'm hearing more and more cars come to the grid, we're going to come through here, and Ralph, if you're up there, I'm going to send it to you in the booth so that we can reset and come over here for our Invocation, Color Guard, National Anthem, and all that. So up to you in the booth, Ralph.
All right, Ben, thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Watkins Glen. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. We are getting ready for an awesome day of racing here at Watkins Glen. Should be a wonderful day now that the rain has stopped. The clouds are starting to move on, and we expect sunshine, dry racetrack, and good times here at Watkins Glen. So, as Ben said, the opening ceremonies will be continuing, and we will have that for you as soon as down on the grid. We will take a quick break here, but we will be right back for more from Watkins Glen.
Race Day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And we are back here at Watkins Glen, looking out over the S's here. And there's a good look at the front straightaway. Just to the upper left, below those trees there, you can see all of the activity beginning near Victory Circle, where they're doing the opening ceremony activities. We'll be headed back over there in just a moment. You see the flags are blowing lightly in the breeze. The breeze should help dry things out. Beautiful sunshine here yesterday. Expecting more tomorrow. We'll have another full day of racing for you from here at the Glen tomorrow. And we don't expect any other weather through the weekend once we get this little storm past us today. All right, let's go ahead and head back down to Ben. Sounds like they're ready for more opening ceremonies. Take it away, Ben.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're down here at our victory circle here for the Hilliard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix and the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. We have the New York State Police Honor Guard joining us, so what an honor it is to have them here, and Reverend Fife to deliver the invocation for our groups 1, 3, and 4 race. Reverend, take this mic as well and take it away.
Thank you, God, for the opportunity to gather here at Watkins Glen International for this year's running of the Speed Tour. We ask your blessing upon this race, Lord, keeping the drivers, the course workers, and the crew members with your hand of protection. Grant us a safe race and help us to remember, Lord, that all good things come from you. Amen.
Amen. Here, Anna, if you'll take this. Ladies and gentlemen, Anna Hurd is going to deliver the national anthem, and this is a real treat. So, Anna, take it away.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting here and there, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thank you, guys. Reverend, thank you so much.
All right, so our opening ceremonies are wrapping up. Nice rendition of the Canadian and our national anthem as well. And now we are that much closer to going racing here finally at Watkins Glen. We're honoring Brian Redmond here this weekend, arguably one of the, if not the greatest endurance racers of all time. Brian just wrapped up doing an autograph session downstairs. Many of the fans lined up, get their autographs, say hi to the great Brian Redmond. Fantastic to see him here. Somebody bringing in, and hopefully it's a Brian Redmond driving suit. That'd be a pretty good find. Brian, of course, a three-time F5000 champion, the 1981 IMSA Camel GTP champ, and won the Targa Florio. He was a winner at the 6 hours right here at the Glen. Two-time 12 Hours of Sebring winner, won the Nürburgring 1000 twice. two-time Daytona 24-hour winner, 2 class wins at Le Mans, 4 wins at Spa, twice at Monza, twice at Kyalami. Not many racetracks around the globe Brian Redmond didn't win at in a sports car endurance race. Just incredible racer. And a great guy, if you've ever had the chance to meet him. Wonderful man, always a blast to talk with, tons of great stories, and a real pleasure to visit with whenever you get a chance. Well, let's head down for the start command. Here's Ben.
Minute and a half about. I wouldn't start it. I said.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the legend Brian Redmond, who just got done, finished signing autographs, and the line was literally out the door. Welcome back to Watkins Glen. How does it feel?
It feels great, and thank goodness the sunshine has come out. I first raced here in 1969, and with my great co-driver, Joe Siffert, in a Porsche, factory Porsche 908, we won the race. And then I came here many, many times after that, 70, 72, 73, 75, so on. So I love Watkins Glen. We stayed at the Glen Motor Court in those days, and it's a really historic place and one of the finest tracks in North America.
Nice. And I guess if you do win your first race at Watkins Glen, we're going to bring you back year after year to be the Grand Marshal. That's just kind of the thing, isn't it?
Well, I must say that at age 88, I'm finding it far hard to get around. So, yeah, sure, I'll be back still until I'm 90.
Nice. He's got a ceiling. All right, well, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, hold both mics, Brian. Take it away.
Ladies, gentlemen, and others, start your engines.
That's awesome. Hey, thank you so much. Thanks.
How about that? 88 years young, Brian Redmond, given the command. The engines are coming to life, and we're a little bit closer kicking off the Hillard U.S. Vintage Grand Prix. While they warm up the engines before they roll up the grid, we'll take one more commercial break, and we'll be green flag racing when we come back to Watkins Glen.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at Watkins Glen, Ralph Shaheen with you alongside of Ben Sissel, who's joined me up here in the booth. It's dry out there now, right? No more rain coming down?
No more rain expected for the rest of the weekend, but you can see there, even just coming down the main straight, there's some what we call weepers, and just little kind of springs that come up or some things that go across some of the apexes here. So there is still, it's not a dry track, but it's a drying track.
That weeper looked like it was trying to become one of the Finger Lakes down here.
Maybe.
That one was getting a little bit big. There's one of your favorite cars, Ben.
Yes, that's Bill Shawaki, our P1. He was with us just a few weeks ago at New Jersey Motorsports Park. One of the oldest Corvettes we're ever going to see on the SVRA circuit or the season. But there you can see some of the puddles that are out there. That's just exiting the toe of the boot.
Yep, all around right now. It's still pretty damp, especially on the insides of the track. You can see where it's going to be a little bit tough navigating.
And that is where we're just seeing right there at the toe of the boot. That is where we have a lot of wet weather incidents or the cars going off because you're coming downhill, but you forget you're coming downhill. Then you're hard on the brakes to a right-hander, a 180. And a lot of cars go deep into there and kind of lose their footing. And once you hit the grass, once you hit wet grass, you actually speed up into the wall. So we hope to not see any of that today. But we have 29 cars here lined up for this. This is our SVRA Group 1, 3, and 4. That Corvette is a Group 4 car. And a beautiful car there of Bill Shawaki. Then Randall Green as second in that Echidna. Then Randy Williams in a Jaguar E-type. Kenneth Greenberg is in a Morgan 4+4. We spoke to him. We also spoke to Cliff Murray in a Devon Model D Porsche. Tony Garmy is out there, one of my favorite cars of the weekend, a Triumph TR3. Richard Malumian Jr. is in the beautiful Austin Healey 104. Scott McQueen is in the Austin Healey 106. We have a couple of big Healeys here this weekend. So excited about that. Tony Drews is in that TR4. We spoke to him. Frank Morrill in a Chevrolet Corvette. Doug Sharipa in an MGB. Alan Good in a Triumph TR4. Peter Uzdavinas in number 13. Peter Uzdavinas, starting in 13th, in an MG Midget. Larry Smith in an MG Midget starting 14th. He had to replace his head in his MG Midget this weekend. Terry Lippincott in an MG Midget starting 15th. Bob Schaefer in an MGB starting 16th. Richard Zipkowski in that MG Midget. We spoke to him on the grid walk. William Demarest is in that Falcon Shells Competition Mark II. Probably one of my favorite cars here this weekend.
That's a good-looking car.
Derek Drinkwater is in that Cadillac Le Monster. How cool is that thing?
I love that thing.
It's been really neat to follow him around through social media. Then Robert White is in an Elva Courier. Dennis Kramer, the lone Miata out there. Gregory Thompson in that Triumph TR4. Garth Gill in an MGTD. Andrew Moore in an MGB, Dave Nicholas in an MGA, James Coctavi in an Austin Healey 3000, Arnold Carball Jr. in a Lynx Vintage Formula V, Steve Kuhl in a Lynx B, and Alex Gee in a Lynx B. So there is our lineup, and this is quite an eclectic mix, Ralph.
It really is, and looking at the Le Monster, it actually kind of looks like a boat. So maybe it's perfect for a wet weather race like this today, right?
Yeah, possibly. And I think that thing has been through it all, being the tow vehicle for his trailer as well.
Yeah. Imagine if just tooling down the highway and here comes the monster.
Yeah.
Passing by you.
I get super excited if I see the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile in the wild.
Of course.
So to see the Le Monster in the wild, that would be, I might have an accident.
Well, especially if you didn't know what it was, right?
Yeah.
You'd be like, what in the world is that crazy thing?
Yeah, he gets the questions all the time. But there it is, and look at that. As a Group 4 car with the cars that he's racing against, like that Falcon next to him, that's a pretty small car, about the size, a little bit bigger than an MG Midget. So that Le Monster looks huge out there with those cars.
Imagine when that first showed up at Le Mans. The reaction the crowd must have had.
Yeah.
And we thought the Garage 56 program of a year or so ago was really a wild scene for the Europeans, and here comes the Le Monster.
Yeah, I can't imagine what they were doing. So The pace laps are around the NASCAR circuit. That's why we're not seeing them come down this hill right now. So all of our pace laps and I don't think the in laps, just the pace laps are going to be the NASCAR circuit. That saves us about 2 to 2.5 minutes each group. So here they come to take the green route.
Yep, making their way over to the final corner. Here's the front straightaway looking for the green flag, and we'll be underway. Headed downhill into turn number 1. And we are racing here at Watkins Glen. Wacky trying to get the Corvette to the front. And he's got it.
Followed by that Echidna. That I think the Echidna has, when we interviewed him at Road America, I think he also has a 327 under the hood. Can't remember though.
So a lot less weight.
Yeah. Then there's that Morgan 4.4 in third. And again, this is mixed group racing. This is group 1, 3, and 4. We will try to call it as we see it in the different groups that they come through in. But right now it's Bill Schwacke in that Corvette out front. Randall Green trying to kind of get into his mirrors and look around all over, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here they are into the inner loop. The old bus stop chicane, it was one used to be called.
Cliff Murray and that Devon Porsche doing really well, holding his own. The Iceman in the Morgan 4.4, and then Tony Garmy is in a Group 1 car up there in the front in a TR3. Now, Tony Garmy is a very good driver, but that TR3 he found in a barn and just kind of got it back up and running. So the patina on that car is just fantastic.
Here we go, down into the boot. Coming along the laces.
So that's Garmy there into third place, leading our Group 1. Then the Corvette, the Echidna up front, our Group 4, as is the Morgan 4.4. And then Cliff Murray is our first in that Devon Porsche in Group 3. But this is side-by-side action.
And the first time they've seen this section of racetrack, Ben, at anger and a little bit of wetness down here.
Yeah, they didn't get to see that during the pace laps, so they're seeing some of that standing water that you do see here as they come back up the hill.
And it gets very narrow through the next section.
Yeah, and that Austin Healey was having some trouble there of Scott McQueen. Randall Green has fallen back.
Back over to that final corner. And out onto the front straightaway, past the pits.
Tony Garmy staying up front. But Richard Malumian Jr. in that Austin Healey, the 104, my favorite of the Austin Healeys, is keeping up with him as well. It's also a Group 1 car. So he and Tony right there, those two cars, the Triumph PR3 and that white and red Austin Healey. This is our Group 1 battle.
Yeah, I like that two-tone look to it.
Yeah.
Why is that your favorite model of the Healeys?
I just love you can drop the windshield. I love the front grille. That's the most British looking of the Healeys. I just like that. It's the car that Owen Wilson wrecks at the end of Royal Tenenbaums. Just always like those of the Austin Healeys. That's my favorite. I like all the Healeys, but that's my favorite one. Bill Schwacke still coming through that Cube 3 inner loop. Works.
Oh, yeah?
Because we were watching the race.
And then you went bowling.
And we're like, we haven't been bowling in a while. So I took my kids and his friends bowling, and they hadn't been in a long time, and we had an absolute blast.
And you did that after the NASCAR race?
Yeah, we did it after seeing all the signs. But now Schwacke's fallen back to second. Something happened in the carousel. And Tony Garmy still leads Group 1, but it's close.
That battle through there. Well, that gets a little tight. You're almost 3 wide there.
So Randall's let the tires come to him, and now Schwacke, he has some power, but he also has a lot of weight, and these nimble cars can do a little bit better in the rain.
A lot of weight, not a lot of tire on that Corvette either.
There's Randy Williams in that Jaguar E-type.
And they've got two beautiful Jags over there. They got the E-type and they got a Roadster, and it's, you want the top on or the top off kind of look. I mean, they're both just spectacular.
And one is set up for Group 6 and one is set up for Group 4. So this is his Group 4 car. And you know how we talk about Randy Williams
should be McDonald's.
Yeah, they should. He owns the Dandies that you see here in New York and Pennsylvania, and I have a Dandy pizza. I love their pizza on the way back to the hotel every night. So there's a Dandy. I passed 3 Dandies on the way to and from the track
Do you hit
back
all
to the
3,
hotel.
or is
No,
every trip a different one of the 3?
I have hit all 3 this weekend, but I usually hit the one in the middle.
Well, we're only at the middle portion of the weekend, so there's hope.
Yeah, but look at this, Tony Garmy and Malumian Jr. in that Austin Healey 100. This is quite a battle for Group 1. And he even pointed out, Tony Garmy, knowing that I love my British cars, he said, look, even the lights work. So you can see the lights on the front of his car work, which isn't normal in these conditions.
Did they change everything out?
Yeah, maybe. Tony's a very good driver, very good mechanic, so he knows what he's doing. So Randall Green up front as they come through this Cube 3 inner loop. Schwacke right behind. And then the Iceman, Kenneth Greenberg, just behind them. That's our top in Group 4. Then our Group 1 cars, the TR3 and the Austin Healey. And look at this, they're going wheel to wheel.
And if I remember correctly, Schwacke really dominated in New Jersey, didn't he?
Yep.
That was the first time we saw him this year.
Yeah, he did really well. Lots of triumphs here because there was a great Kastner Cup event at Lime Rock just a few hundred miles away. So a lot of these cars raced at Lime Rock and then came here. But look, let's see what Tony Garmy and this Austin Healey can do. And now Randy Williams right behind that Morgan. So there's our top 4 in Group 4. Randy Williams is the 4th, really desperately trying to get around that Morgan to make it up on the podium. There's a Dandy here at Watkins Glen. They just opened up. Convenience store.
I've seen that on the property. Oh boy, Healey locking him up.
So we have a new leader in Group 1.
I gotta tell you, I like that Jag.
Yeah, I do too. But I like all the cars in this group. This is a very interesting group of cars.
Yeah, this is Christmas morning for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like my small bore production cars. So, Aluminum Jr. and that Austin Healey 100 catching up to that Corvette. And remember, we were talking, the reason I like this Corvette is because it kind of resembles the British sports cars. And I think I even said to Austin Healey, not that one. I was thinking of the big Healeys it kind of resembles. I got it. Look at that Corvette. It's a beautiful one too.
There's one on property here this weekend. Old B production Corvette for sale. Saturday night goes right with the right 5 numbers in the Powerball.
You doing it?
That one's coming home.
Yeah. Let's see if this. So now the Corvette should be able to pull these cars. You can see Randy Williams with his lights on, just trying to get in the mirrors, trying to get by that Morgan.
Boy, that is a thick group back there in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, isn't it? I mean, they are all over each other.
Okay,
Here comes the Healey, carrying all kinds of speed around the carousel on the outside. He got him.
Wow. That's a brave move with these conditions. And those 2 cars. So there's our leader, Randall Green, in the Echidna, 1 of 3. And now, Malumian Jr.
He's trolling away.
Down, yeah. We only see about 1 or 2 of these 104 Austin Healey's. Their value has just gone up exponentially the last probably 10, 15 years. So we don't see a lot of them as race cars anymore. So it's an extra treat. And not only that, very fast. Doing a little blocking, actually.
Yeah, get careful with that. That wasn't brake smoke out of the Corvette. That was just moisture going through a puddle there.
And it's so frustrating being in Group 1 and 3. So that Austin Healey, just more nimble, a little bit better on the brakes, but that Corvette can out-drag him down the straights. So you want to try to pass him probably going into turn 1 if you could, and then try to gap him going up the S's. Yeah. But it's going to be very hard to do. Trying to find that white Corvette. There it is. That's Frank Morelli in that Group 4. There's a Group 44.
There's the Le Monster right there.
Look at that thing.
Just fantastic.
And the name Le Monster, that just whoever named that, that's pretty brilliant.
The French press.
Really?
Yes.
That's funny.
French press named it Le Monster when it showed up.
Yeah, you're right, though. The front of it does kind of resemble a boat. And it has kind of the old Auburn boat tail on it.
Yes. So there was 2 of them. They finished in 10th and 11th at Le Mans in 1950. First one was a stock 61 Series coupe. Second one was a 61 Series, the modified aerodynamic body. And they are still in existence, and they are down at the Revs Institute in Florida.
Nice. Or you could see one that was painstakingly made as a tribute car right here at Watkins Glen this weekend. Right. The Drinkwater behind the wheel, Derek Drinkwater.
And what I thought was really cool about it, I don't know if you spotted this on the car. Took a picture of it to show you.
Tony. Place in Group 4. 4th place overall. The Iceman behind Tony Garmy in that TR3. I am surprised to see a TR3 so far up this order of 21 cars on the track right now. Randall Green is just taken off in the Echidna. Bill Schwacke right behind in his Group 4. Then there's Randy in that beautiful E-type Jag. Tony Garmy and then Kenneth Greenberg in the Morgan. Now Randy should be able to get around if he get up there closer.
They've got less than 9 minutes to go here in this opening race of the day. We haven't had a chance to get back to the open wheel cars at all here, Ben.
The Formula V's. Love having these cars out there. So we have 3 Formula V's on track right now. Group 1, Group 1FV. So we've got the Arnold Carball Jr. is out front here over Alex Gee in his Lynx B, coming through the summit section. And these cars look pretty equally yoked, don't they?
Sure do. It's Gee in the 71, which is the yellow car. The Lynx B.
Let's see if he's able to take this draft down.
Here he comes. He was sitting a little bit lower in his car. And he was able to utilize that slipstream to get around him.
I see our Janetta Pace car there ready to go out. Now the Morgan has made a pass on Randy Williams. So Randy falls back to 4th again in Group 4. Actually, he's 4th overall. Oh, because they scored it. He passed him after the start-finish line. That's what it was. So there's Malumian Jr. in that beautiful Austin Healey. There's Randy Williams. I interviewed Randy years ago, and he came from motocross. And he's like, just the bones don't heal as quickly. So
with
he's
age
like,
comes decay.
But he's still, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great saying, because he's like, I still want to do something a little bit dangerous. And so he found road racing.
That's great. Yeah, you don't bounce the same when you get above 30, right?
And
now I just fall. I don't bounce at all.
He won the Kastner Cup years ago and was given the Kastner Cup by Cass Kastner in a TR3.
And we got a challenge here for 3rd. Side by side, here comes the Morgan on the Healy, and he's got him going into 1.
Look at that shot, though. 4 of the coolest British cars coming into Mission Foods Turn 1. That's scary to get over there in that wet paint. Oof.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen some bad things happen there.
To the bus stop, Cube 3 architecture, inner loop.
Yeah, they've really opened up the bus stop, making it faster.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I like it like that. I mean, the reason they put the bus stop in was for that Tommy Kendall Intrepid accident that happened right there. But to slow them down, and it seems like they're just speeding them up through there. And you watch the NASCAR, the TA2 race, they're literally flying through there.
Oh, buddy.
That is a beautiful car, that Echidna.
It really is a great looking car.
You can see when he has to get on the brakes, it kind of moves back and forth, those big brakes. I was surprised by how well the Le Monster can get around the track. It's a lot more nimble than it looks.
Yeah, it's very true. It's got to be something you have to get used to, because, man, that thing is so big.
Yeah.
It's so big, so heavy. Got to have a lot of body roll.
That's Tony Drews in that TR4.
Here it is.
In the back. And the thing just sounds so good.
Yeah. And I like the big one light on the front.
Okay, so we're going back to a Group 1 battle here with Tony Garmy and Malumian Jr. crossing the start-finish line very close. Just 2 tenths of a second. And Tony Garmy trying to make a little bit of a charge here. But Malumian going out there in wire wheels. He has my vote. I just love that. Here we go, though. So this is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we're going to have white flag next time by on the leader, 6'6", Randall Green. And this Group 1 race back there with Tony Garmy and Malumian. So now Tony Garmy has taken the lead in Group 1 in his Triumph TR3. And there's Drinkwater in that Le Monster.
And there you see the license plate on the back end of it, too. And that rear end is almost dragging on the ground, Ben. It sits incredibly low at the back of the car.
Yeah.
And it's got a Cadillac logo just in front of that hood scoop. Of the side exhaust.
That's a cool car. I mean, it's an honor just to be able to see that car in the paddock with us.
Yes.
But this Echidna, one of 3, made in Hibbing, Minnesota, the home of Bob Dylan, my favorite singer-songwriter. And I didn't get the story as to why they quit making them. You know, they feel like they won everything in their region. It's like, we don't need to do anything else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can really see it dragging.
It looks like it's just dragging the tail, right? But look how high up in the air the nose is. Imagine that thing thundering down the Mulsanne in the middle of the night. One headlight ablaze.
Yeah.
Looking like a cyclops coming at you, making all kinds of racket.
And late at night in those days, you know, it was so dark out there. You might be looking in your mirror going, is there a motorcycle out here?
Yeah, and think of, you know, what he was out there on the track racing against.
Yeah, that would have been the heyday of like the D-types, the C-types, you know, the Ferraris, things like that, Mercedes.
So this thing was like nothing else on the track. Then or now.
There's Zebkowski and that MG Midget, Group 1.
It'd be hard to think, then, of another car in the history of motorsports that is as unusual as Le Monster.
Yeah.
When it comes to being a race car.
Yeah, the Delta Wing kind of took press for a while.
Would be there.
That was a neat way to do it. That'd be the modern Le Monster, but yeah.
As far as uniqueness, right?
Yeah, and then the turbine cars from the Indy era was pretty neat.
But they looked like
cars.
They looked like an Indy car, just a little wider.
Yeah.
You know, this just looks
really
so radically different than anything else.
Yeah, that's true.
Anybody out there watching can think of anything else, let us know, right?
Yeah, leave a comment.
We're probably forgetting a half a dozen.
So here comes our leader to come and take the checkered flag, Randall Green. I wonder if he's going to be able to get by the Le Monster before the start-finish line.
Green, the beautiful Echidna.
The other day I was watching a show, and they said something about an Echidna, so I was like, oh, it's a thing, so I need to look it up what it is.
Yeah, he's right on the tail of the Le Monster now. He's got one car in between them.
They're egg-laying mammals.
Huh.
That's what they are.
Looks kind of porcupine-ish.
Native to Australia, Tasmania, and New Guinea. But here he comes.
And Watkins Glen on a Saturday.
Yeah. And there's Schwacke right behind. Randy Williams is going to finish 4th, it looks like.
He's going to try to sneak. Well, he's coming to the last corner. I don't think he's going to get Le Monster.
And he might be slowing down, thinking, I'm going to give Le Monster one more lap.
Yeah.
Maybe not. We'll see.
And that should be the checkered flag right there. And he will take the win. Green in the Echidna. Minus all the spikes on this one. All the prickly stuff not seen here.
So let's see where Garmy, Lumian. So Garmy was able to take the Group 1 checkered flag. Lumian Jr. is 2nd in Group 1. There's the Devon Porsche.
Yep. Something hanging down on that? On the bottom there, Ben?
Yeah, maybe. Can't tell.
No, from that angle.
Yeah, it might be the exhaust because he's running a Porsche 356 engine in the back. Yeah, so
low.
It might be the fan shroud also. So there's the Mission Foods turn 1.
That's actually the last corner. Oh, you're talking.
Yeah, I'm just up. We're looking from Mission Foods turn 1. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Here's our battle in the Formula V's. That should be Arnold Carbaugh Jr. in the front, and then Alex Guy in the yellow and black attack right behind him. Alex might be able to draft him If he stays right behind him and gets a good run, he might be able to draft him to the start-finish line. Let's see what he can do here. In Formula V's, Guy, get up there behind him.
Yeah, they're running 13th and 14th overall.
Let's see if he can get out. I don't know if he's got enough running room. Nope.
No, he's running out of track. Oh, he goes for it right at the end. Too late.
Yeah, if the start-finish line were maybe there, he could have maybe.
Yeah. Well, there's a look at your results. Green, Schwacke, Greenberg, Williams, Garmy, Malumian, Murray, Sharipa. How do you say Peter's name?
Venus.
That's what I thought you were going to say. And Tony Drews. Going to look back through the rest of the field. And Le Monster finishes 16th overall. Derek Drinkwater, adding a little bit more to the history of that very unique race car. And we'll get to see it again tomorrow. Well, Ben, if you like that, stay right where you are because we got more coming your way.
Yeah, Group 5B, 8, and 12B coming up next.
This car's getting ready to roll out. Porsche 944 part of it. Datsuns.
All right, so we talked to Dave Hagan, our Porsche 910 driver out there. I think that's a 924 with the big wing, and I didn't know that until Lee Giannone told me that. The 944 and 924, they look very similar.
Well, but it looked like it had the widened out fenders in the 944.
It may be. But Dave Hagan tells us about his Porsche 910 with our Porsche air-cooled weekend here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this SVRA weekend, we're celebrating the vintage air-cooled Porsches. And looking around, driving around, I don't know if there's a cooler Porsche here than Dave Hagan and his beautiful 910 that won the Spirit of SVRA. Was it Laguna or Sonoma this year?
Laguna Seca this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you've raced with us with your son in the 914 at Laguna and Sonoma, and you've run Group 8. But this weekend you're in Group 5B, is that correct?
That's correct, Ben.
Nice. Now tell us about this beautiful car, because I love these things. I love watching your in-car because it's almost like you're in a fishbowl driving around, but it's so fast, so nimble. This has got to be a lot of fun.
It's a blast. So it's a 1967 Porsche 910. It's a factory works car. It's a fourth of 29 built. Entered into Sebring in '67 with Hans Hermann and Joe Seifert as the drivers. Took fourth overall, second in class. So it's pretty cool car.
And there's a very famous photo outside of the Porsche factory where all of these are lined up, and that's kind of where they came up with their color scheme, right? Which was just one, would you even call that a hood or a bonnet painted a different color?
Yeah, it's a hood or a body panel. It's green. The sister car, the other Sebring car, 005, it was number 36. It had a red hood. So this had a green hood, that had a red hood, and that's how in endurance races, nighttime races, it was easier to see a different color than it was to actually read the number. So that's why you see in that area, you see different color hoods and such.
So as somebody like you that I know loves these cars, and we're kind of like custodians. So you've got number 4 of 29, a super rare car. Then it's a rare Porsche. That's got to be a little bit more on you, into your psyche when you go out on track, because you're trying to take care of yourself, you're trying to win the race, but you also want to take care of something like this.
Yeah, there are no red mist moments for me out there. So I try to drive it aggressively, but not over aggressively. And so, obviously I don't want to have contact. Knock wood, I haven't had contact in this car ever in almost 10 years of racing, so we'll try to keep it that way. But yeah, no, I drive in a spirited way, and I'm usually, near the front of the pack, depending on how the grids are organized. And so I try to put on a good show and have a good time with the car at the same time.
Now, something that's so cool about like a factory like Porsche or Ferrari or Lotus, things like that, there's a big difference between Porsche and their factory efforts in street cars like the 911s or the 914s, 914-6s. But in 910, this was built to win Sebring, to win Le Mans. So let's point out some of the things, like I'm looking right here over your shoulder, just this hinge. That's probably the lightest thing that they could find to make it to where the door could open and close. And can you show them how they had to do that? Because it's a double hinge here. And look at how the craftsmanship just on the door alone with just the simple pull, you know, for the door.
As light as possible, as light as possible. This is literally like a ski binding from that era, right? If you ever had the old wood skis of the 60s, that's the binding that they used. So that's like just off the shelf. But the goal of prototype race cars was lightness. And, you know, Porsche, like Lotus, like everybody else of that era, the bodies were only on to meet a requirement. Yeah. So they're not heavy bodies, right? This is a 1,100, 1,200-pound car with a 2-liter flat six right out of a Porsche road car, though it's obviously a hotter build, and a 901 box. So of that era, in their 911s, it was the same transmission that their street cars had. So even though it was never a street car and these prototypes were never built for the street, there were street parts used. Yeah. And so that's kind of the race on Sunday, sell on Monday strategy of that era. You know, even the prototypes fit into that.
Yeah, for sure. And then for a factory like a Porsche, 12 hours of Sebring is like 36 hours anywhere else. So they want to know how the transmission fared, how the rear end, how the engine did under such abuse. So it's good R&D. They feel like, well, if it can last for a 12-hour race, you know, being thrashed through the hairpin down those long straights, surely these will do well in our street-going cars.
No, that's right. Endurance racing is all about, you got to get to the finish, right? So you have to build a robust of enough car that'll get there. So it's not just outright speed. You need speed, but you also have to get to the finish. And so Porsche, world renowned for building highly reliable endurance racers. They were really good at that. Maybe not the fastest cars, but the most reliable cars.
Yeah, but like you said, you have to finish. And you go, the great thing about Sebring is you walk down that front, there's like 2 or 3 decades where it's a German flag. May not have always been Porsche, but if it wasn't Porsche, it was Audi or Mercedes. But they definitely know how to finish endurance races.
Yeah, I would say they're the best. Yeah, very good.
Definitely. And have you always been a Porsche person?
I have been.
Yeah.
I think we've had our first Porsche, my wife and I, right after we got married. We bought a 911 SC back in 1985, and we've been driving Porsches ever since.
And you've passed the sickness on because your son is in is it a 914 or 9146?
It's a 9146, so it's a GT tribute car, beautifully built car. And, yeah, he may have the disease worse than I do.
But that's what we're supposed to do as parents, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Right? Pass on the passion, and the fact that he and I get to do father-son racing 5 or 6 times a year. My wife, his mother is here, and it's a family affair. And so we really enjoy getting out to the racetrack and sharing the cars with the public. We're going to do the parade tonight, so we're going to drive the cars down into Watkins Glen, and hopefully there'll be 25,000 or so fans out there cheering on the cars.
It's one of the coolest things, the reenactment that you'll do tonight in this, and I'm sure it's going to be one of the hits of the reenactment. But we as motorsports fans, we just so appreciate this car deserves to be in a museum, but it would almost be doing a disservice to the car. So we appreciate you bringing out such a rare car. Thank you so much for doing that.
I appreciate it, Ben. Thank you.
All right, that was a great little interview there, Ben. And as you can see, the race is underway here. Group 5B, 8 and 12B.
Yeah, MHP up front in that Elva MK7S.
Gary Palmer right behind him in the BMW M3 lightweight. And then it's Riolo, Joseph Riolo, who started 6th, has his Datsun 240Z, the blue and yellow one, up into 3rd. Vigliano, Victor, has a Porsche 924, so it is a 924. The body looked kind of 944-ish to me.
I thought so too.
With the widened out fenders.
Lee told me last night at the hotel, and he is a Porsche expert. He said it's a 924. Okay. But I grew up in that era, the sweet spot of the mid-'80s, where the what was it, Pretty in Pink, where the guy drove a red 944, and forever I've always loved those cars.
Yeah, I like the 944 too.
So we've got MHP up front. I just have the initials MHP.
Yeah.
Stands for Mortimer Humperdinck Periwinkle.
Oh.
He's out there in an Elva MK7S. I guess that's why he goes by MHP.
It's a lot easier to say.
Then that BMW M3 lightweight is Gary Palmer. Dave Hagan is actually not out there in the 910, which makes sense. These aren't great conditions for that. Joey Bajalad in that Ginetta G12, but it's this Elva MK7S out front, and that's number 740. And he has run here with us. If that's the same car, I believe it has a BMW engine in it. But I'm sure our comment section could give us some information on that as well.
Speaking of that, you got to check the comments to see if there's anything, that other unique race.
For the commentators.
Yeah, that's
just normal. Yeah.
We don't need that.
Look at that Lotus 23 of Ragogo Racing. Not sure who's behind the wheel of that, because I had heard that Nathan had to go home. Tim Nichols. Starting from the back through 24 cars. Where is he at already?
Saw Tom Bork go by as well in his Datsun 280 ZX. He's running an 8th. First in 12B right now. Just after you cross that start-finish line, boy, the track just goes away, doesn't it, Ben? It just starts dropping downhill, and it's a pretty dramatic drop down to turn 1.
It is here, and it's deceiving because you're sometimes going up or down hills that you don't realize because they're just kind of long, gradual hills. It's not like Road Atlanta or Road America where it's obviously a hill. Sometimes, like going down to the toe of the boot, you forget you're on a hill, you're going downhill, and you overcook it.
Yep. Then you're pretty much hoofing it all the way up through the S's. Very fast section of racetrack here.
It is still a little bit overcast and foggy, but it is not. It is no longer actively raining. So if you're joining us on SVRA YouTube channel, leave us a comment where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and if you have any great information on these cars or drivers. Look at those hardy fans out here taking pictures.
There's a fair amount of campers all the way around the circuit here this weekend.
That's Joey Bojalad in that Ginetta G12. And that Porsche 924 of Victor Avigliano.
It's a pretty good battle here. The 991 is Larry Lunda, Porsche 914, and that's that 280 ZX. Porsche gets a little wide on exit.
A lot of campers here. A lot of this is the last of the season ticket holders events of the year. So a lot of people come out for their last hurrah here, and we love seeing it. And Nichols already coming up, now in 8th place.
Yeah, things will be changing dramatically in the weather around here pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This has always been such a successful NASCAR race. Not sure why they moved it to the weekend they moved it to, because there's probably a 1 in 8 chance that it's going to snow that weekend. Look at this group of German cars coming down into Mission Foods turn 1. Again, this is Group 5B, 8, and 12 with SVRA at our Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour as they come up these S's. There goes Bill Skillman and his air-cooled Porsche. This is that is our featured mark. Air-cooled Porsches, not just Porsches. They have to be the air-cooled Porsches. And there are quite a few of them. We have, in all of the groups in SVRA, we have 13 different groups, and all of the groups that aren't purpose-built race cars or open wheel, a Porsche will fit into each group. There is a Porsche for each group. There's the Datsun and the Ginetta.
Yeah, the Datsun is a great tribute-looking car, isn't it? John Morton tribute.
Joe Riolo still in third overall. He's going to be out there in a Formula 5000 this weekend. That Penske Donahue Sunoco Formula 5000. So he's going from a 240Z to a Formula 5000.
I saw 3 or 4 5,000 sitting in the paddock area.
There's Riolo. You've seen all the memes of those BMWs racing in IMSA and how big they are, but you put a Ginetta next to one, they look real big.
Yeah.
That's Gary Palmer in that BMW M3 lightweight. Beautiful cars. Ron Pauly's been racing one of those with us, and I saw him here this weekend, but I don't see him out there. Well, he's in 4th place.
One of the things that's pretty cool about coming to these events, Ben, is you walk around, you get to talking to owners, and they have all their cars out, and they have their transporters sitting there, car haul or whatever it might be. But then you there, and you're like, man, could you just wheel that thing out here and just let it sit
just
here?
Display it.
Very cool.
I misspoke. That was Pauly that we were seeing with the Ginetta in his BMW X is what it's called. Yeah, there were a couple of years ago that somebody unloaded a UOP Shadow at Sebring, and I got so excited because I'm going to get to see one of these things on track, and they're like, actually, we're just transporting it. And I said, well, can you just display it the rest of the weekend? And they're like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's a stunning car.
So here's our leader, MHP, in that Elva Mark 7S.
And he is putting it to him right now, isn't he? Look at the gap he's built up.
But he has to, because he's got Nichols behind him in the other Group 5 car. And that is the Tim Nichols Lotus 23C that Doc Bundy was going to drive here, or Nathan Thompson. And they had to go home, so Nichols had to start from the back, but he's moving up through the field. He's already up to 7th.
Well, the gap between 1st and 2nd is about as long as MHP's real name.
Yeah. Here he comes through the fog. And if you're wondering, the rule is that all of the corner worker stations have to be able to visibly communicate to each other. So we can see just in our shot that the 2 corner workers can see each other by the flags, and they have to, and I hear it in the radio in the mornings when they're testing it, how many fingers am I holding up or what flag am I holding up, and they have to be able to visually see each other for us to be able to race.
There's one station right there on the right, and then there's one further down track on the left.
Now Riolo has got Joey Bourgelot right behind him in that Ginetta. And Riolo going to try to keep that Ginetta behind, but those Ginettas are very quick and nimble.
Head off into the boot.
Has NASCAR ever run the boot?
Nope.
I think so.
And it's talked about every year when they come up here, and there's been a lot of drivers who have wished that they would.
The good drivers.
Yeah. Well, and that's a key point, because for years many of the NASCAR guys were not really road racers of any kind. But as they've aged through a couple of generations now, you know, the more current guys are sim racers, go-karters, TA2 competitors. They're all pretty darn good road racers, most of them.
Yeah, because when I was growing up, NASCAR was Sears Point and Watkins Glen, and the rest were ovals.
And you had maybe half a dozen guys that were legit capable road racers. So Ricky Rudd, Rusty Wallace, Davey Allison was always a pretty good road racer. Guys like that. Bill Elliott was pretty good. And then you had other guys who just hated it. A Hut Strickland, a Jimmy Spencer, guys like that just were not into road racing. Earnhardt became a good road racer.
Much thanks to our buddy Boris.
Yes.
Who sat both the Earnhardts down and really kind of showed him Sears Point.
Let me explain this to you.
They, and then Dale helped him out on the ovals.
Yeah. And a lot of them on the way to certain venues, like when they would go to Sonoma, everybody would go out a few days early and stop in Phoenix, go through the Bondurant school, get Bob to tutor them for a couple of days, and then they continue on over. Now
that's should be Lee Giannone there, our CEO, and he was helping us out in this group with the Porsche 924 and 944, and I said he was a Porsche expert, and there he is racing a Porsche.
And that's a Porsche 911 ST. A great looking car.
Yeah.
He's running 11th overall.
I have never driven a 911. Always wanted to. Driven a 356, and those are a lot of fun.
So I got to believe there's somebody in the paddock every weekend that can help you out with that.
This weekend I drove a Myers-Manx dune buggy that Kurt Vogt let me drive, and so much fun. I should not have driven it because
now you got to have
now I want one. Yeah.
Which Beach Boys song were you humming in your head while you were doing it?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about that because I was just so concentrating on don't wreck somebody else's, and it's a real one.
Oh,
so those are, and it's a 4-seater, so it's a pretty rare Myers-Manx. So, I was thinking about how much fun it would be to drive on the dunes.
Yeah.
There's the Ginetta. Oh, so here we go. Nichols all the way up. So he's in that Group 5 car. Joey Beaujolot is in a Group 5 car, as is Dave Hagan, who's not out there, as is MHP up front. But this is our for second and third, and that Lotus 23C is a very well-prepared car. So, Joey, you've got competition in your mirrors.
Yeah, he's got his hands full. He can see him. We are inside of 6 minutes to go.
This is the battle out there right now. MHP has just taken off in that Elva Mark 7, but this is for Group 5, second and third position. I think he's going to look to pass coming out of the toe of the boot. Think he's going to get him there earlier?
He's closing pretty quick, Ben. Look at that.
Beaujolot doesn't look like he's really pushing anything. But Nichols, Tim Nichols, coming up quick. I think he's going to get him before the toe.
He's looking on the outside, or now the inside, then back to the outside here. Got him. Didn't take long, did it?
That is a Lotus 23C. You can see the rear end is just a little bit wider than the 23. I love the look of those Ginettas. This Lotus 23, if it's the one that Doc Bundy used to run, it was gas, brake, clutch. Had 4 pedals. That way he could hit the gas and the brake with his right foot, or the brake and the clutch with his left foot. He also has a button that looks like a radio button on the steering wheel that's actually a brake mister. It shoots misted water onto the brakes. Yeah, to cool them down a little bit. Sorry, Paul Rago, I'm giving away some speed secrets here. So I'm hearing white flag next time by on our leader, MHP.
I was talking with Lee yesterday about his Porsche, and he said that he was so busy with work-related things here that he didn't have a chance to drive the car yesterday. He said, my buddy's having a great time, though. He's been in every session.
Yeah, he was having fun. I think, you know, when I am one of the employees, you know that you're going to have your hands full.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just one of them. But, you know, I'm probably to blame for Lee not being able to be in his race car very much. He's having to put out whatever fires I'm starting on the weekend.
Yeah, yeah.
So Mortimer, Humperdinck, Periwinkle still out front. MHP in that Elva Mark 7S.
Could have just come more.
Yeah. There's Lee. Followed by Randall Bronson in that BMW M3 Group 12 car. Lee going deep.
And Lee's got 11th overall. He's 4th in class.
Ooh. Racing Data System says he's building a new Manx with a Porsche 356 engine. That'd be fun. Here's our leader. He should have seen the white flag that time. Gary Palmer right behind him in a BMW M3 lightweight. Then Nichols. Nichols all the way from 24th to 3rd place overall. That's impressive. But I don't think he's going to ever see the leader in his view. Maybe here. Nope. But that means tomorrow Nichols and MHP will start close, and we'll see that. That'll be quite a big race for Group 5. And then also Dave Hagan will be out there in his Group 5 910. That's going to be a good race. Let's see if MHP can come through the field. Those two nostrils there in the front, I wonder if somebody can tell us in the comments, but that looks like it goes right to the brake ducts, doesn't it?
Yeah, in the Lotus here?
On that Elva there, yeah.
The Elva, I mean, yes.
Looks like that would just go, or is that radiator cooling? I'm not sure. There's a radiator in those holes that then a water line goes to the back. I don't know. So here he comes. Let's take the checkered flag, Ralph.
Yep. Making his way around the final two corners. Out onto the straightaway here.
Look at the time up at the top left. He might hit it right at the second mark. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they changed it.
Hand up. Checker flag waves, and MHP takes the win. He'll take the overall, and he'll take the Class 5B honors as well. Here comes Lee Giannone.
With two BMWs. There's Nichols. Nichols got second. Wow.
And Lee's across the line. Find 12th place effort, or 11th place effort. 4th overall in his class.
Here's Pauly and Riolo. Vigliano is in that Porsche 924.
Yeah, he fell back to 7th.
There he is. Isn't it weird how the cars that you grew up like, no, these are great cars, you know, and they were kind of their disposable cars back then, for lack of a better term. But
yeah.
Just kind of like the Dino with Ferrari, where they didn't want to claim it for a while, but people are like, no, these are great cars.
Well, I think, too, you know, everybody starts their collection off with what they truly want, be a variation of the 911, right? And if you're truly successful and have the resources, you probably have a handful of variations of the 911, and then you're like, well, what else can I get?
Yeah.
Right? I want to complete my collection. See, okay, I need a 914, I need a 924, a 944, and you start shopping around, right?
Yeah. Even the 928, those have really shot up in value.
Yeah.
And we had a 928 win the car show here last night in the downtown reenactment. So it looks like MHP, Tim Nichols, Gary Palmer, that's your top three. Joey Beaujolad, Ron Pauly, Joseph Riolo, Victor Avigliano. They did that on purpose. Greg Fry, Bill Skillman, and Stephen LeBrun. That's our top 10.
The car that was supposed to replace the 911, right? 928.
Yeah, and we spoke to Joe Riolo, who we just saw finish this race in our Group 8 Datsun 240. But he also, we talked about the monster, the Le Monster, but he also brought himself a monster this weekend. We'll see what he has to say about it.
Now for something extra special, one of my favorite drivers, one of our fastest drivers in Group 8 with this beautiful Datsun here, Joe Riolo, who just came from Lime Rock last weekend, had a great time, always one of our fastest at Lime Rock in this car. Tell us a little about this Z car you've got this weekend.
This is our 72 240Z. We call it Brucey. Kids named it after that Finding Nemo. The shark. The shark came out in the morning and said, I'm having fish. I came out one morning and said, I'm having Porsches. And they said, Daddy, we have to call it Brucey. So that's what we did. And yeah, we've been running this car for 24 years now. It's just a great car. I mean, the guys from Sharp Racing helped me build it. A lot of them worked for GMT. And when we put it together, and it's just been bulletproof for us for many, many, many years. We've got, I think I set 4 track records with it over the year, won 3 championships and over 60 races. So we've really enjoyed driving the car. It's a little breezy today. So yeah, it's our 72 240Z. I actually just sold the car this year to a customer of mine, Dan Gorman, who, Dan, thank you so much for letting me to continue to drive the car. And he's pretty happy with our results at Lime Rock so far. And we'll give him some better ones hopefully this weekend at the Glen. And yeah, that's it. It's just a great car. We've been running it a long time, and we love running with SVRA. Watkins Glen's my favorite track, so no offense, Lime Rock, you're my home track, but this is my favorite track.
Yeah, that's how everybody has to do it. But I notice, if you want to have good luck in a Datsun, usually you have John Morton sign your dashboard, but he signed the hood, huh?
Bob Sharp's signature on there as well, and over the time it faded, unfortunately.
But now, like Monty Python says, for something totally different, to change gears. So we go from a Datsun 240, great car, very agreeable, well balanced, to this just monster that you can't even as crazy as they were in the late 60s, early 70s, Formula 5000, one of the craziest, like right there with Can-Am. They basically, this is before they really considered driver safety. They just said, let's just put the biggest engines, the biggest tires, and then everything else will be made out of wire, basically. Strap this thing on, get in it, and drive it. But this car has a ton of history, Joe, and I was surprised when I saw that you were driving it. I don't really associate you with these cars, but you had one last year. But tell us about this thing, and this has got to be a handful.
Yeah, I'm very, very honored and privileged to be able to have this car, and hopefully we can be a good steward of it in the time that we own it, and for as long as we own it. I was fortunate enough to buy this from the family of Gary Pavis, who bought it pretty much right from Penske. There was one other owner, Tom Fury. He only owned it for a few months and then sold it to Gary. Gary put a single-seat Can-Am body on this and a Chevy motor, and Drake Olson drove this as their backup car. But this is Mark Donohue's car, Roger Penske car, original motor, original gearbox. It's about as original as you can get. We've kept every part that we could find that was original, and we've tried to restore it as best we could to its original livery. This year is the first time since 1973 this car's been at the track in its correct livery. And yeah, so we got this about 11 months ago in pieces, and we've been thrashing to try and get it together. We're still working out some little kinks here and there, as you always get with a new race car, but yeah, I really enjoy it. You know, I've driven a lot of cars over the years. I've been racing almost 40 years, and from drag racing to NASCAR to limited Busch North Series and Tour Modifieds, and then all the production cars and sports racers. This was always something when I was a kid. These cars were, you know, big wings, big slicks, big scoops. That was something I've always wanted to do, and we're just, again, blessed to have the opportunity to be able to do it. So.
And we were talking off camera that Brian Redmond's here. Yeah. You know, he had that world famous, the Baraxo car with the huge snorkel on it, and this year he finished second in the points with Donohue third. Is that correct?
And Jody Scheckter won the series. This car actually only ran half of the season in '73. There was a huge fire at the Penske garage at the beginning of the season, and the first car burned to the ground. I think that was chassis 5 or 7 or 9, one of the early chassis. So by the time Lola was able to put another chassis together, this is chassis 19, it was like halfway through the season. Mark did win at Road Atlanta with it in August of '73, so it does have a win under its belt, and then lots of top 3, top 5 finishes to finish third in the championship. So.
Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for bringing this out. And we were talking, too, you know, we have to talk about Trans Am with SVRA and the kind of brother companies. But then, you know, Roger Penske, Mark Donohue famously went from the Sunoco Camaros to the Penske Javelins and brought Sunoco along. And you see they're running AMC on there, so they were trying to make this. So explain how you go. You know, AMC did not make these cars from the factory. They did the Javelins. They ran in Trans Am, but this was kind of Mark and Roger's ladder up.
Yeah, the Formula 5000 was basically run with your brung as long as it was 5-liter engine, and Lola built a lot of different chassis. There was McRae's and Mach's and Legrand, like the one I had last year. And basically, it was just the American Formula One car with a good old American small block in it. So they were pretty affordable to run. And I guess Penske was so successful with the AMC package in Sunoco that this was their stepping stone to Formula One with Mark. And so they brought basically that Trans Am motor, put fuel injection on it, and here it is.
Okay, now, you got to come around here, though, cameraman, because, you know, I like my awkward questions. So, do they only trust you with 4 cylinders, Joe? Is that what they're doing? Just go out there, get used to driving it, and then maybe we'll plug in the other ones?
Yeah, it's got so much power. We only run on 4. Now, we're just changing spark plugs, doing some, you know, in-between maintenance, chasing a couple little gremlins. I think we got an electrical issue that we're working on. She's breaking up a little bit, and it ran really, really well in the dyno, so the only thing different between the dyno and here is either the MSD box or the coil, so just little stuff like that we're chasing. Like I said, first real race weekend with it, so we'll work out our kinks and we'll have it running. But it's, again, I'm glad to have the car here. I hope the fans really enjoy it, and I hope we did Mark and Roger some tribute here, honor. So.
Oh, I'm sure. And when you buy a car of such prominence like this, do you get some of the original notebooks with notes maybe from the captain in it or Mark Donohue? I mean, both of them being kind of that engineer mindset.
Yeah, I would love to do that because this is very different than any other Lola. They made a lot of changes on this car. But unfortunately, I bought it from Gary Pavis's family. He passed. So. And we spent hours scavenging his garage, just trying to, all right, this looks like it belongs to the Lola. Oh, this was the Can-Am part, and there were so many parts all over. And we were fortunate enough, I think we got about 97% of all the original parts for the car. So, again, original fuel injection, original valve covers, original headers, original motor, gearbox, all of that. So it's, again, it's as true to original as you can pretty much get. So.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you so much for bringing this out there. You know, I think you're a little crazy also, but I love that about you, but unbelievable. Yeah. But thank you so much for bringing this out. So watch out for this number 6 Sunoco Beast out there in the Formula 5000 group. And there's a few Formula 5000s here this weekend, but also our Group 8 and 240Z. So thank you so much, Joe, for bringing that out. And we should have a blast this weekend.
Well, we appreciate running with SVRA. You guys have always been great to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
And just like them, Ben wraps up perfectly on cue as the green flag waves, and we are underway with our next group of race cars, Ben.
I'm trying to look. This looks like it's our Group 10, and it must be a split start between Group 10 and our stock cars. Trying to find throughout all the paperwork, and then it looks like there's a Group 11 car mixed in there.
I'm shuffling through as well. No, Group 10 grid sheet I have is just them.
Okay. So that is showing Glace out front.
One around right at the entrance to the bus stop. It's like one of the TA2 cars.
Looks like Jen Carpata. Okay, there's the stock cars of the split start.
Yeah.
But
that would be two different cars.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I think I saw the Python in there. Yeah, the Python
there it is.
mixed in with the stock cars, so something must have happened at grid. But there is the stock cars now going up through the group. We will get this sorted out and back to you, but we've got a lot of experts that have joined us in the comment section, so I like that, guys. Thank you. And that was Jen Carpata that spun there at the inner loop. One of our TA2 racers.
Yeah, it's driving a Chevy Camaro body car. Is that big throaty number 90 Corvette, the GT1 Corvette. Jeff Bernatovich driving that car. He sits in third right now.
Well, I'm guessing what happened, this happens sometimes, that Glace up front in that Group 11 car might be running a Radical or something else in Group 11, so they put him in this group, and he's just out there exhibition. But then we've got Wicht in that number 7 Chevrolet Callaway Corvette.
Corvette's moved up to second.
That's Wicht. And then Bruce Raymond right behind, another one of our TA2 drivers. Bernatovich in that red Corvette, that GT1 looking Corvette, giving Glaze a run for his money. And here comes the stock car group. Mark Martin coming down the hill. Is that Steve Beck or is that Kurt Vogt? Can't tell if there was an A there. I think that's Kurt Vogt.
Yeah, there's two Mark Martin cars here. One is the giveaway car.
Yeah.
And the other one is not a real Mark Martin car. The guy, when he bought the car, the person he bought it from had painted it up as a Mark Martin tribute. He liked Mark anyway, so he just left it that way.
I've never met anybody that doesn't like Mark Martin.
Mark is a really good guy. Hard-nosed racer. Really hard-nosed racer.
He tells you his opinion in such a polite way.
Yeah.
And I think this black car here is one of those new Hendrix track cars.
Track, yeah.
Track Attack or whatever they're called. That's the number 24.
Yeah.
Of Quigley.
Dale Ledbetter heading up that program.
Then the Toyota Camry right behind them is Mark Mercurio, another driver that races all kinds of cars with us. I've never seen him in this car. I'm used to seeing him in a TA2 Howe chassis car.
Yeah.
There's Jen. Jen Carpata is a part of the Electricians Union. I think it's the IBEW here at Long Island, New York.
Yep.
There goes Mercurio. And Ralph, you haven't gotten to commentate with Jen Carpata yet, but she raced with us the last couple seasons in Trans Am and TA2.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Jen in the booth yet.
She's a really good driver. She runs sometimes in TA2, sometimes in SGT. But Kurt Vogt leading them up the hill with that Hendricks Track Attack car right behind, with Quigley behind the wheel of that. Fletcher Quigley in that Chevrolet Camaro. And you're in the Mooresville area, so you probably have seen a lot of those Hendricks cars around doing the different tracks and the new track at Charlotte.
Yeah, that's the 10/10 Motor Club right down the street from Hendrick Motorsports. Hendrick Motorsports campus. It is a campus. It's huge. But yeah, that's all over in the Concord area and that part of Charlotte area. A little bit east of me.
I'm hearing from race control that the leader might have to come through and do a drive-through penalty because of a jump start at the beginning. So that might shake everything up because he's in a Group 11. Looks like an LMP3 car. Just looking at it on screen, and then there is Vidovic in that Python all the way from Australia, and I think he was in the wrong group. I think he was supposed to be in the front group, but he's out there having a great time with the other drivers.
Donnie Etherly in that Jack Daniels 07, which is an old Clint Boyer car. Ran into Donnie last night, him and his wife at restaurant here in the Elmira, New York area. Sat next to them, had a nice chat about his car and how much fun he's having driving that thing, and good times to come with it.
Yeah.
He knows Clint. He's had a lot of fun with that car.
I live about an hour away from Jack Daniels. And that is a really.
You haven't brought any yet.
No, I don't even drink.
I don't care about you.
I know, but it is
not about you.
It's one of the coolest tours. I grew up in St. Louis, and we'd always do the Anheuser-Busch tour.
Yeah.
But I love the Jack Daniels tour. So if you're ever around Middle Tennessee and need something to do around Nashville, definitely do the Jack Daniels tour.
I've always wanted to do that just because I find it intriguing as an American company. Jack Daniels is up there with Harley Davidson, Ford, Chevrolet. The stories behind how those companies got going and everything went through. It's always very interesting. They do have a mobile museum that goes around, and that's pretty interesting to go through.
But there's a room at the Jack Daniels. I don't know the science behind it, but where it's like where it's being made. It's the best smelling room you'll ever go in your life. It's just unbelievable. It's the barrel room, I think is what it is. But look at this. This is the battle for the front, and Mercurio now in second in stock cars.
You know, Ben, there was a car I was hoping to tell you about. I'm going to tell you the story anyway, but I don't see the car out there. On property this weekend is a Ricky Rudd Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet from 1990 that actually won here at the 1990 Bud at the Glen. It used to be sponsored by Budweiser here that era, and it was a Levi Garrett car.
Oh yeah, that's Attaway's car. They were having trouble with it. They had to put it back in the truck.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to him about it, and I said, so this is a real road race car? And he said, yeah. I said, so it probably ran here. Not only did it run here, it won here.
That's awesome.
And I said, oh, that's interesting. He goes, yeah. He goes, we don't actually have the real documentation that proves that. He said, because they didn't really have those kinds of notes. He said, but we've spoken to the folks at Hendrick, and they've told us, look under the cowl. And if it says Watkins Glen under the cowl, that's what it is. He said, because we would always write under the cowl where the car ran, which tracks, and went. And sure enough, he went and he took the cowl off, which is at the very top, just in front of the windshield. Little piece of metal there, and took it off. Sure enough, it said Watkins Glen.
Wow, that's
pretty
awesome.
cool. I did not know the Hendrick guys used to write that under there.
Clint Boyer here, now being under threat by the new leader, Bernatovich.
Yeah, he's flying, Bernatovich.
Yeah, Jeff Bernatovich in that Chevrolet GT1 Corvette. But watch out, because Glace in that number 27 served his drive-through penalty. He's in 10th place right now in the points in FIA, but he's going to try to make his way through. And the only car out there with any kind of ground effects or wings or downforce, so he should be able to go through there pretty quickly. So now the stock cars are mixed up with these GT cars, the TA2 cars.
A real hodgepodge going on here.
Callaway Corvette, but so that's Wick. This is the fight for first and second with these two Corvettes. Two different ways to make a Corvette. You've got a Callaway built at the factory, then taken to Callaway. Then you have a GT1 car that just put a Corvette body on it.
Yeah.
Bruce Raymond behind them in this TA2 car, but this is quite the battle for the overall lead. As a Corvette guy, you gotta like that.
Oh yeah, there's a pretty fun meme advertisement floating around social media these days with the guys from Callaway, and it talks about how the C8, what was it, 220 miles an hour? Something like that, 230 maybe, whatever it was. And Callaway said, only took you 20 years to catch up to us. Callaway Sledgehammer.
Yeah, that was the car. There goes Carlos Gann there in that Bill Elliott car. Well, let's see the gaps here. Charles Wick right behind Bernatovich. That's my favorite era of NASCAR. Like
it's a good one.
The car still looked right. They still had some chrome bumpers out there.
Yep. Actually had a small piece or two from the real cars. Could just be a bumper strip.
The drivers who get out of the car barely speaking English. You know, I love it. It'd be like, oh man, I'm coming around turn 3. That guy coming on again. It sounded like Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
Yeah.
I used to love those days. All right, well, here it is. Bernatovich still up in the lead coming through the Cube 3 section, but that Callaway.
He's right on him.
He is. That's Wicked. For some reason, his scoring on the scoring tower isn't right, but Glace has now moved it up to 6th place. The scoring is a little bit off. Okay, so here's for first and second. Bernatovich is in the red Corvette going deep.
Callaway looking inside.
There's Bruce Raymond getting around Carlos Gann. Callaway looks good though. Is that a C7?
Yeah.
Jeff Bernatovich in that Group 10 GT2 GT1 Corvette.
That's a Juan Pablo Montoya Texaco Haviland car. Sarf driving that one.
So the Callaway seems to do better in the twisty section, which is normal, and that GT1 car should be able to out-drag them. That should have about 700 horsepower, that GT1. But now they're stuck behind Juan Pablo Montoya coming up the S's. That's going to put the Callaway right behind Bernatovich.
And just by the bus time, the Callaway almost looking inside there too.
Not Not sure if that gave an advantage to anybody. Coming around the carousel. Very difficult section to be fast through that carousel, especially in today's conditions. And you're right, we were talking about that. The hills here are a lot more deceiving than they are at like a COTA, Road America, Road Atlanta, because they're more gradual. And you're up here on the top of the hill, the Glen, and when you're on the hill, you don't realize you're on the hill. Where like you go up that hill at Road America, or down into 5 or up into 6, you can feel the hill, you can see it, or COTA into 1. But here, you really have to remind yourself, I'm going downhill into the toe of the boot, or into turn 1, or else you could really carry too much speed.
That is a real Greg Biffle car up there, the number 16, coming at you right here.
I saw him at dinner the other night in Franklin, Tennessee, sitting at the table next to me with Cletus McFarland.
Oh, yeah, they're real close.
I asked him, what are you guys doing here? I guess they said they were going to somebody's birthday party. Maybe Darrell Waltrip's, because he lives in Franklin.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, the Biff has gotten into doing a bunch of Cletus's events. And, real tip of the hat to Greg for everything he did for the hurricane victims.
In the flooding, yeah.
Just incredible. Took his own helicopter and loaded it up with supplies and was flying multiple trips every day up into the mountains of North Carolina.
And helping the people that were so remote that they, didn't have any road to get to. So he was their, truly their lifeline with water or supplies.
He was truly one of the first ones into that area, able to do it with his helicopter, bringing Starlinks in and water and clothing, food. Really did an outstanding job and deserves all the credit he's getting for that.
Yeah. And Bruce Raymond now getting up behind Charles Wicht for the overall first, second, and third. And now the Clint Boyer car coming down into Mission Foods turn 1.
He's really big into stand drag racing and playing around with they're not dune buggies anymore.
The side-by-sides.
Well, side-by-sides and rails they build for playing in places like Glamis and things like that. He's really busy with that. Has his own little sanctioning body of events that he puts on.
Okay, so we've got white flag next time by on the Bernatovich car here. Now, what would this 3M car be?
That's
a car tomorrow?
Greg Biffle car. No, it's not a car tomorrow. What, Gen 5?
So here's the white flag on our leader, the red Corvette, followed by Wicht, Charles Wicht in that Callaway, and Bruce Raymond in that TA2. Up the S's. To me, that's the Watkins Glen shot. When you think of Watkins Glen, it's that, the S's there.
Yeah.
Every track kind of has that signature. That's the one for me.
The car tomorrow had that big high wing on the back, which just didn't look right on a NASCAR race car.
Yeah. And that's why it's now the car of yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
I always thought that it's really, as a marketing person, you're really painting yourself in a corner when you name a car the car of tomorrow, because you're like, well, there's going to be another iteration.
Yeah.
So this is a downhill into the toe of the boot, and you can't forget that you're going downhill coming into it. Now you've got a little bit of a camber there to help slow you down, and now here he is, who had the overall lead, and this might be for the overall lead. Glace is about, I'd say 500-700 yards behind the leaders.
I don't know if he's going to have time, Ben.
Well, they're coming to the white flags. He's got
another lap.
Yeah, so this might be fun to watch to see if that what I think looks like an LMP3 is not on any of our timing and scoring. But he could, even with the drive-through, he could take the overall. There he is. He's got the leaders in sight, Ralph. I think he can do it.
He might. He's moving pretty good. Yeah, it's a Ligier LMP3. You see it on the other timing and scoring here.
So here he comes. He's got to get around Bruce Raymond.
He is now up to, what, 3rd overall?
He should be 4th overall behind Raymond. And now, can he pass Raymond before the interlude?
You're right, 4th overall.
Wait, did they get the checker, though? Yeah, they got the checker. Okay, I was like, they're slowing down. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
You said that it was the white flag lap.
Yeah, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That's my fault. And I was really hoping for something here, too.
Yeah,
and I was like,
you were going to get it because he would have been right there.
Yeah. There's Wolsifer. And then here's our leaders in the stock car. Look at this, side by side.
It's going to be a good battle to the line. And it looks like the Mark Martin Thunderbird is going to get there.
Yeah, Vogt. Kurt Vogt over Fletcher Quigley. Kurt Vogt, our president of the Shelby Club. Carlos Gann, though. That's my favorite stock car out here, that number 9 Bill Elliott car.
Mm-hmm.
On a, what was the guy that drove for UPS for so many years?
Dale Jarrett?
Dale Jarrett. Yeah, I think it was a Dale Jarrett chassis with a Bill Elliott body, if that makes sense.
This would be a Robert Yates chassis.
Then our lone Porsche GT car. Scott Kissinger. Maybe Christopher Berry. Missing that De Tomaso Pantera. Have you seen that? The black with the blue stripes?
Yes.
It's one of the prettiest cars
That's gorgeous.
I've seen. Yeah. I've never really stopped at the sight of a Pantera, but the livery on that and just the fit and finish, it
was a beautiful car. And then I woke up this morning, looked out the window of my hotel, and suddenly the view had greatly improved as there was a Pantera and a Mangusta parked side by side in the parking lot of my hotel. And I went, wow. I didn't think I checked into the Ritz, but maybe I did.
And I love that about these events, that people drive their old cars around. But there was our leaders there in Group 10, Sprint Race 1. We've got 5 minutes on the grid for the next group, and we're going to get going here.
All right, here's a little tease, Ben, of what we have coming up next. As you and I rifle through paperwork, we will take a quick break, and we'll be right back for the next race after this.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagan, Miller,
race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International Raceway in Watkins Glen, New York. Ralph Shaheen, Ben Sissel with you. And we are ready to go, Ben, with group number 2.
Yeah, that's an Allard pace car. We've got 2 pace cars here. We're split start, but that's group 2. The first group should be Formula Bs, and if we have any Formula Fords out there, we do have a few Formula Fords. So... and then we have a ton of Formula Juniors. And by a ton, I mean we've got Kyle Collins, Robert Hemke, Matt Schieferle, Dave Hagan, Matt Latucci, Mark Emmert, Hunter Russell, Tom O'Grady, and Joe Calasaco out there. And he is in the Stangalini Delfino, Joe Calasaco. He always brings some really cool Formula Juniors with us. And we do run the short course for pace laps, and we'll know who did or didn't come to the driver's meeting, because every once in a while you'll see somebody on the pace lap go to the toe of the boot, and then they're down about a half a lap as they come to take the green here for our Jeff Brabham, Tonis Cassamet's, Bruce Hamilton shootout.
This should be a good one.
Yeah.
Green flag. Cassamet's in the 777. Jeff Brabham in the 83. Ooh. And that's Brabham getting to the lead spot. We head through one and now on into the S's.
No, it should be Cassamet's.
Is that Cassamet's?
Yeah, and then Brabham, Hamilton, Hornick. That's our Formula Bs. Yeah, so Brabham is behind. Now here come our juniors. That's Robert Hemke on the outside there in his Cooper, with Kyle Collins in that Lotus 18. Number 18, but I think he just went around.
Oh, went around, yeah.
And let's see if Brabham can reel in Tonis Cassamet's. They come down the hill into the toe of the boot. Jeff Brabham now in the lead of Tonis. So maybe you were right. Maybe Brabham took it from the beginning. I'm not sure.
Well, we'll know real soon when they cross start-finish line here, and we timing and scoring to catch up with us. Yeah, it looks like 777 out front now.
There's Ron Hornick. Ron is the reason we've got the Brabhams out here. We've had Jeff, David, and Matthew Brabham with us with Tonis Cassamet's, but Ron Hornick is in a Brabham BT35. That's Jeff with the gold and the green. Tonis in the all black with the gold lettering. And it's going to be like this the whole weekend with these two.
Yes, Brabham in the green and gold. And there goes Cassamet's inside into the lead.
Looks like if that was Kyle Collins that spun at one, was able to get it refired and back up and going. I spoke to him yesterday with some interviews. He's driving two different cars here this weekend. And we saw his brother doing really well in our Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge out west in a BMW.
Could change the lead here at the bus stop again.
Yeah.
Brabham inside. He'll pass him. Back to the point he goes.
This happened to us a few years ago with Quadracci and Mark Giroux. They've traded back and forth, and we had to basically do the math coming out of the last turn. Could he draft him to the start finish line? And that's basically what it was. They would pass each other 3 times a lap, and then who was second place coming into the last corner. As here's another pass.
Cassamet's back to the point. Yeah, I think we're going to do that quite often.
Yeah. These two race together a lot. They know what each other can do. The cars are very equally yoked. Tonis Cassamet's in a Brabham BT29. Jeff Brabham in a Brabham BT35/31. Here's our juniors. That should be Robert Hemke up front, and I believe that's Calisaco in second. From the back to the front. Now look at this red Formula Junior has this shark nose on the front, like kind of mimicking the Ferraris of the day.
Yeah, that's the Stangolini, right?
One of the most, yeah, just one of the most beautiful Formula Juniors. And like last weekend, we were at CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, with Formula 4 and Formula Regional America's United States Championship. And this Formula Juniors, that was the ladder to Formula 1. It kind of went Formula Juniors into the Formula Fords, into the Formula Bs, into F1.
Yeah.
But look at that shark nose. Isn't that neat? The two nostrils up there.
It's a great look.
Gold wheels. The thing about Joe Calisaco is he's got some really neat cars, but they're always very, very well prepared. He likes to show them off. He likes to drive them. Very fast driver. And now he's out there running with Robert Hemke. Two of our fastest Formula Juniors up front. Not sure what happened to Kyle Collins there at turn 1, but that car Kyle Collins is running has been in the family for over 40 years. His grandfather has raced that on, I want to say, like 30 different countries, probably 300 different tracks. And I tried to name tracks he hadn't been to, and I couldn't do it.
Struggled to come up with one, huh?
But man, I love the front end and the rear end. You need to look at this car. This Stangolini, is that how I say it?
Stangolini, I believe is
just based on that. I'm guessing it's an Italian car. It's red.
It is
Stangolini, and the style that they put into a Formula Junior. Cooper Lotus didn't really put that much into the style of it because they're race cars, but the Stangolini, you can tell that came in and out of the drawing board many times coming up with the look of that. Here's our leaders. Now let's see, watching them come out, because they're going to try to see if they can get to the start finish line coming out. They're trying to figure out where do I need to be, because they're passing 3 or 4 times. They're going to pass into one, sometimes they're going to pass into the inner loop, and I think that's what Tonis is doing. Tonis was saying that he doesn't have a big fuel capacity, so he might stay back there and just try to watch Jeff and not use so much fuel for a lap or two.
Here comes the move. And sometimes, well, he just doesn't look like he's going to complete it.
I think he's happy back there right now, not having to use all of his car out.
Well, and sometimes the air almost pulls you up there whether you want to go up there or not, so you've got to move over, right?
Just to almost have that friction.
Yeah.
You're not hitting, you don't want to hit the brakes.
No.
So you just want
don't want to lose the momentum.
Is that a piece of trash on the track up there? Something's moving on the...
Or a car around?
Yeah, somebody's around just up there at the laces of the boot. There's a front engine, BMC.
He's smoking pretty bad.
He is smoking bad, and I can't tell if that's from the engine or the wheel hub. Either one is not good.
No.
There go the leaders. You can see the Weber 40s sticking out of the side of that car. It's not smoking now. Oh, and we have a new leader in the Formula Junior.
Stangolini, right?
Yeah.
I got to see one of those shark nose Ferraris. I got to go to Ferrari World. Ferrari World there in Abu Dhabi. And we got to see it. Seeing it on display is very cool. That is one of my favorite looks as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could explain what on car design speaks to me. It's just one of those things like you know it when you see it.
Right.
But I can't explain to my friends or my wife why I like this car.
Well, car design is more of a passionate emotion type thing, right? It just strikes you somewhere and you are attracted to it.
So we're going full course yellow on that car that spun near station 6, right to the driver's left where they are now. We can barely see the top of it there over that wall. But it's like that with me with car design and with music. There's some music that I shouldn't like but do, and I can't explain why I like it. I just do. And there's cars like that.
You can like New Kids on the Block. There's nothing wrong with that.
I do like New Kids on the Block. I had one of their songs stuck in my head the other day.
You will now.
Yeah, exactly. But, it's just one of those things you just can't.
No.
My grandma always would say you can't help who you fall in love with. And it's kind of like that sometimes with cars or music.
That's very true. Well, we're going to follow the break here, Ben. So Stay with us, folks. We're going to come right back to Watkins Glen when they have everything cleared off the racetrack and lined back up so we can get back to green flag racing action with more Group 2 after these words.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, there's Kyle Collins coming down the hill into Mission Foods behind Gavin Clark in his Formula Junior, the Lotus, with drum brakes all the way around, still under caution. That Ford is coming in. It looks like they're up to racing speed, though, but we have the caution flag still out.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, that guy is displaying full course caution.
Yeah.
So they may be just trying to catch the next drivers, but that is our leaders right there. Joe Calasaco and Robert Hemke. Joe Calasaco in the Stangalini. Robert Hemke is in the Cooper T59 Formula Junior. Then behind him is David Hagan in the Lotus 22 and Matt Schieferle in the Cooper T59. Then it's Jeff Brabham, Tonis Casamets, Bruce Hamilton III, and Ron Hornig out front. And then Amber Stevenson, who was with us, you'll remember, at New Jersey Motorsports Park in her Lotus 7. Well, now she is here in that Lotus 69. And if you can look up close to that car, it has some major, major history and some major provenance to that. And she and her wife, Serena, they put so much effort into their cars. And I've been in their shop at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and they prepare some great cars. So, you know, we saw her winning in that Lotus 7.
Yeah, she's very quick.
See her in that Buick, 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 That's our next group, Group 6, and that is a California Mustang with the
California Special
right side steering wheel. I like the California Specials.
Oh, yeah.
The little, what would you call that, dovetail or on the back, or like a duck tail or something, you know?
Yeah, the little lip.
Yeah. Lip
Spoiler back there. You see the
so there's the
TCS, the CS showing California Special. There you go.
You see the steering wheels on the right side for him, because I believe he's Australian or New Zealand.
And those were all notchbacks too, right?
I believe so.
California Special. It's funny, the things that were in your neighborhood when you were a kid, right, that you remember. Remember a lady across the street from the house I grew up in, about 4 houses down, had a green California Special.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And as a kid, those were always the cool neighbors. You may never have talked to them,
yeah,
but when they drove by, you'd stop, you know, and look at the car. I had neighbors as a real young kid that had Fiats, and I just always used to like those little things.
Yeah, Mrs. Hoban, she had a cool car, but it wasn't as cool as the high school girl that lived next door, who used to drive a Superbird.
Oh, man.
To school every day. And I think about that now, and I loved the car back then when I was younger. She was in high school. I would have been elementary school at best. And she had a big old Superbird. And I think now, whatever happened to that car? Right? And I didn't know then about the cars like I do now. I didn't know, you know, what did it have on it? How much provenance did that car really have that you want to...
But did it have the big wing?
It did. Oh, yeah.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
But yeah, that's so it's so funny how that kind of trains you, you know, and the things that you like Knight Rider Magnum PI came out right at the right time for me, so I will always hold those cars.
Which one did you like better?
Special, the Ferrari, for sure, the red Ferrari. Yeah. But you know, Kit was also very cool. We had a Dodge Daytona Turbo Z at that time as I was a kid, because my mom is a huge car guy, so she had that. And that was fun.
So if you could have a movie/TV car, which one are you going with?
I have to say the DB5. James Bond car. It doesn't even need to have machine guns.
No.
I just want to have a DB5.
The ejector seat's pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Or the rotating license plate.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. You could probably use that one a lot more.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm going Batmobile.
Oh, which
original?
One? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. That's my favorite Batmobile.
Yeah, has to be, right?
So the lights are out in the Allard. Eleanor?
I can't believe he said that.
Yeah, he's
Our
Camaro
producer
guy.
Just chimed in with an Eleanor Mustang.
Just outed himself.
It's a great car.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure he's as committed to the bow tie as he wants you to believe he is.
Yeah, maybe not. I do have a special place in my heart for the Smokey and the Bandit car.
Well, the Screaming Chicken. Yeah, you gotta.
So there's Kyle Collins back up there. He's going to try to do something here at the end heroically. He's actually, he's down a lap, so he did come in. So he's down a lap. So the Allard should be coming in here. The lights are out, but he's not giving us the body language that it's coming in.
And that is a beautiful car.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get to see them often. It's the sign on the side of their trailer. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Not seen, what does it say? Not seen often, but never forgotten.
Never forgotten, yeah.
And that is very true. It's just a stunning car.
So it looks like they're going to get a green-white checker here based on the time. So Jeff Brabham out front at Tonis Casamets, followed by Bruce.
And this could be an advantage for Jeff in the fact that he got a great jump. Tonis is not going to have a ton of time to catch him and set up the draft the way he might want to. So he might have to try to take it whenever he can. There's that Allard. Look at that thing. Stunning. Black chrome and tons of leather straps.
Yeah.
Really, really neat.
Here we go.
Brabham leads into the bus stop.
So I think by the toe, Tonus is going to be behind him. And so now it's who plays the strategy correct.
Right. Well, when you go back to the IMSA days, and Jeff definitely would have been in this very same situation in the Nissan, also numbered 83, leading late in the race with somebody hot on his tail.
Yeah.
That was such a dominant car.
I don't know. It doesn't look like Tonus has much for him. They're staying, kind of keeping that gap. But Tonus,
he's closed it up some.
But he's just staying there just to make that pass at the last corner. Trying to set that up.
Green white checker, right?
It looks like it just based on the time that we have left. But this should be white flag this time by. But Tonus wants to get right up behind him right here and try to make a pass either into the apex.
Do you do it here, or do you wait for the bus stop and then try to skirt away?
I don't know. I don't think it doesn't look like he can skirt away. I think he's trying to test it. Let's see if he jumps out here before the start finish line. See if he's seeing if he can get there.
Flag. Saying checkered flag, and Brabham wins.
Oh my God.
You know what? If I'd have gotten up and looked out the window, Ben, I could have told you that. Yep, that is definitely checkered flag.
That is just 2 races that I've ruined today, though, thinking we have 1 more lap to go. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Just ruining everything.
You're struggling today, buddy.
I am.
You need to hit a dandy on the way home.
I do.
Fired up for tomorrow.
Something. Man, I think maybe I'm just wishing it. I'm wanting 1 more lap. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You know. So there's Kyle Collins. So let's go through. It looks like Calisacco took it over Robert Hemke, then Dave Hagan, Schieferle, Latucci, who we're going to see in a beautiful Corvette just going across the line just there. And then Brabham over Casamets by, what is that, 100th of a second?
Yes.
I bet you Casamets is just as upset as I am, thinking they'd get
he might have thought
lap.
he had 1 more to go.
So Jeff Brabham, Tonus Casamets, Bruce Hamilton III, Ron Hornig. That's our Formula B. Our leader in Formula Ford, Amber Stevenson, Gavin Clark. Then Joe Calisacco is the first in Formula Juniors, started at the back of Formula Juniors. So unbelievable from him. Then Robert Hemke, Dave Hagan, Matt Schieferle, Matt Latucci, Kyle Collins, Hunter Russell, Randy Domick, and Mark Emmert. And Tony Delane, if you're watching, leave us some comments, some smack that we can talk about your brother Kyle Collins tomorrow.
Well, Jeff did win here in IMSA competition. And he wins here in SVRA as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go talk to some of the cars that are going to be in this race. Brian Donovan with Donovan Motorcars and some of these Jaguar E-types that you'll see out there.
All right, guys, Ben Sissel here with SVRA here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour with my friend Brian Donovan, who builds absolutely the best cars. So this is the motor car division of Donovan Motorcars, these beautiful Jaguars. Tell us a little bit about this.
These are Jaguars that we service and restore as the main part of the business. This happens to be a 67 Jag XKE, considered one of the most beautiful cars ever built, according to guys like Enzo Ferrari. We wanted to prove the point that this was known as the world's greatest crumpet catcher. So we have a couple of beautiful girls in the car just to prove that point.
Just always, right? You just always. So, and how nice of it is for Brian to give you this car for appearing in this video. Is that nice?
Really nice. I would really appreciate that. Yeah. For sure, yeah.
But absolutely beautiful cars. You know, they're just, these all look like Concours winning show cars. But that is not why we're here. Beautiful E-type. Then we've got the 140 here. Just look at this. But then I've always been particular. I love the D-types, the C-types, of course. My favorite car, the XKSS. But I also love these. These were the fastest production cars back in their day. And but as a restoration person, these have to be just impossible to restore.
Well, they're a beautiful car, and with the time and the effort and the craftsmanship that goes into the restoration, we're proud of how beautifully they come out and how nice they are to drive and to enjoy, because these cars are meant to be used, not just to be looked at.
Nice. And then speaking of meant to be used, because these are some very beautiful, like I'm sure Concours winning show cars, but then he builds these cars to basically go out on the weekends and destroy them, to rebuild them, to destroy them again, to rebuild them. And that's what these are, these beautiful Donovan Motorsports. Now we're in the motorsports area of this, and walk us through these E-types, Brian. Stand in front of them. These things are so beautiful. I love the rivets that you put into them, but some beautiful cars that are very competitive.
We campaign these 3 XKEs. We've been doing this with SVRA now for about 35 years. We really enjoy it. This particular car was built in '61. It's been modified for racing, and they did this in the competition department, so that's why it was all hand done, and the rivets in the car. These 2 are also XKEs, but it's 67s, both 67s. Cars that have been raced their entire life. These 2 cars happen to be stablemates from previous owners who were able to put the team back together again. But with these cars, we get to show off the prowess of the business, our ability to be able to make performance cars, reliable cars, as well as beautiful cars.
Nice. I love it. And Jaguar, we kind of alluded to this, but Enzo Ferrari did admit that the most beautiful car he had seen are these E-types. And that's not easy for somebody like Enzo Ferrari to admit, but back in the day, back in the 50s and 60s, it was Jaguar, it was Ferrari, it was Cunningham, it was some of these big brands. And people need to know that about these E-types. They're just so absolutely beautiful. But then I also, I love the silver with the British racing green. Any more you can tell us? What's the, we were talking a little bit about this because I know that they have a V12, but what is the engine, what's the package you found for these E-types to be the most successful?
These are original 6-cylinder XKEs from the early 60s, and Jaguar has a very strong, successful heritage of racing, which put the company on the world market back in the early 50s with the Jag 120s, the C-types, the D-types. Most famous was their wins at Le Mans year after year, and the E-types took over as being one of the world's greatest, most high-performance, fastest production cars. So we've campaigned with these cars to be able to show that. When Jaguar came to us back in 2002 and asked if we would be willing to run a vintage racing program for the company here in North America. And they did the design work and the colors on these cars, which has worked out very beautifully for us. We're proud of that. We had a wonderful program with the Jaguar support.
Nice. I love it. Well, Donovan Motorcar Service, Donovan Motorsports, how do they get in touch with you if they have an idea for their Jaguar or British car?
Our shop is in Lenox, Massachusetts, an hour north of Lime Rock Park. We do service and restoration work, late model, all the way back to even pre-war. We have the oldest car, an SS1 from Jaguar, back from '37. But to contact us, you can find us on the website, of course, Donovan Motorcar Service, or through our phone numbers, and we're at these events to be able to show and meet people and potential clients.
Nice. I love it. Well, look out for these events. They'll be here all weekend long. They're usually with us for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock. So, Brian, thank you so much. And cheer for these beautiful Jaguars. You know I love my British cars, and these are some of the best.
All right. Looks like things are drying up a little bit there, Ben.
Yeah, I hope so. And then there is the 6.3 right there. We were just speaking with Brian Donovan, who builds some of the greatest Jaguars out there. And that should be Jack in that 6.3. I'm trying to find my grid sheet here for Group 6. This should be the SVRA Group 6 and 12A race.
Ah, got it. Here it is.
And that should be J.C. Ogle. In that number 63. E-type, the Americans call it the XKE. Then we saw the California Special. Now, Watkins Glen would be an advantage to have the steering wheel on the right side. There's more right-hand turns here than left turns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the key turns are right-hand turns.
Yes.
So you're putting some of the weight and balance over there. So we've got, I'll go through the grid here. We've got Martin Hosick out there in front in a Chevrolet Corvette Z06 Group 12. And just so you know, so Group 12 is 73 or newer big bore production cars, and Group 6 is 72 or older big bore production cars. So like 3-liter up, and they're cars that were built in factories primarily. So Jody O'Donnell is our first in Group 6. Very fast car. I haven't seen Jody in a while. You're going to love Jody. Big black Corvette, former tight end to the New York Jets. Timothy Rubright in a Ford Mustang Boss 302S in a Group 12 car. Jeff Lyman, Group 12, starting 4th in a Chevrolet Corvette. Cord Kitzart in a Group 12 Corvette Z06. Very fast driver. He joined us in the booth the last couple of years. Dr. Claire Schwendeman is in a Corvette Roadster. I see his car, so I'm guessing he's the red, white, and blue Corvette. If we could get, Lucas, if you could look at the helmet, I'm going to see if that's Claire or Alan in the car. Well, I can't tell. That's Alan standing behind him, so that is Dr. Claire. Let me see. That may be Edward. Oh, no, that's Edward Savagian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that changes everything. Edward Savagian, one of our fastest drivers, best drivers in SVRA. Looks like he's in Dr. Claire's car, so that should be interesting. John DeGainer is in the Devon Evolution, the black car there, the 111. Chris Outzen in a Ford GT4 Mustang. Renee Tursilla, there's Renee there. Renee Tursilla, last year's champion. Scott Shadle in that baby blue, SpeedTour blue, number 36 Camaro. Victor Corda in the Ford Mustang GT, the number 13, beautiful car. Chris Stillwell is in the Ford Mustang, the California Special Mustang. Love that car with the steering wheel on the advantageous side at Watkins Glen. James Glass in that Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. That is a gold medallion Roadster. Then Jack J.C. Ogle in the Jaguar E-type XKE from Donovan. Danny Lowry in a Ford GT350. Great to see him back out here with us. Danny Lowry with Bridge Hall and Bennett, longtime supporters of SVRA and Trans Am. We appreciate that, Danny, and to the whole Bennett family. Daniel Lippitz is in a Chevrolet Corvette, red and white. Raymond Zisa in a Chevrolet Corvette. Randy Williams in that other E-type. Jim Heck in a beautiful 64 Chevrolet Corvette. John Shannon, Corvette. You seeing a theme here, Ralph? You
I've been loving this. Keep going.
Matt Latucci with a Corvette. Richard Payne, Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Francis Florido in a Porsche 911 3.6 liter. Tom Linton in a Porsche IROC, the Donahue car. Gordon Gardner in a Chevrolet Corvette, but he had a hole in the oil pan yesterday. Not sure we're going to see him. And then Tim Bowder in a Group 12 Ford FP 350S. There's that Donahue IROC car.
Not a real one, but a tribute car. But fantastic.
Bowder.
There was 15 of those made, by the way.
The real ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
15 911s that were used as IROC cars. 12 were actually race cars. The other 3 were used for testing and practice and backup if needed.
I wonder which, because they're all the same. So which one is worth the most? Because they were all driven by champions.
The one that Donahue crossed the finish line with to claim the first-year championship, which is all white, and it's owned by the captain.
Okay, nice. But Tom Linton had one, right?
He did, yes.
I thought he had the Donahue one. Maybe not that Donahue one.
There's more than one that would have had the Donahue name on it because they couldn't drive the same car in back-to-back, right? You had to redraw.
I like the IROC. And I'm glad that our friend Ray Evernham is kind of bringing it back.
Oh, and it's fantastic, and there's going to be more of it.
Yeah.
We expect to see at least, Ray was telling me, at least 2 events in 26. He's hoping to have 4 in 26.
Okay, that's awesome.
It would be really great. And we might get to see one up close and personal.
Nice.
Well, yes.
And, you know, Ray, if Mike Joy wants to jump in an IROC car and drive like he likes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I got to call it out at Laguna a few weeks back, and it was really cool. And what really made it special was not just that it was the first time all 7 generations were together on track, but that so many of the big name drivers of the later years actually came back out and drove the cars.
Yeah.
Here we go. Green flag thundering down the front straightaway, and look at that big old Corvette going right to the front.
Jody O'Donnell.
Yeah, Jody going right to the lead.
The good old days of Group 6.
Oh, no, Jody, hang on. Hang on. Oh, boy, look out. Oh, man, that is so close. Oh, no, it looks like the Porsche going around back there, too.
What happens is they get on that paint on the left driver's left curbing, and that paint is wet, and it gets real slick.
Man, Jody did I know he would tell you a lot of that was luck, but he did a good job driving it, too.
He did, yeah. He did. And Jody O'Donnell, one of our fastest Corvette drivers. Let's see where Edward Savagen is out there in Claire Schwindemann's car, but that's Martin Hosick out there in that Chevrolet Corvette Z06.
And Ben, one of the best things Jody did was he just locked it down, right? Once it started going around, he just locked it down.
He didn't try to oversave.
No.
Yeah. That's good. Kept himself off the wall, went to a part of the track where people that wasn't in the racing line once he spun, and then I noticed that the flagger got their flag out right away.
And credit to all the rest of the competitors behind him for being very heads up and aware of what was going on in front of them and avoiding the situation.
So, is it Corvette out front right now?
Yes. And then Cam's new favorite brand.
Yeah.
Our producer, Cam.
I've never understood that about the Ford and Chevy guys.
Just got him all revved up, man. He jumped on the button so fast, didn't he?
He did remind me, my son's favorite movie car is Bumblebee, the Camaro Bumblebee.
Yeah, which is a great one.
So Cord Kissart is in 6th. Was expecting him. I thought he was in 3rd. Just by my eyes, it looked like he was in 3rd. Here comes the E-type and the California.
So pretty.
Yes. Oh, he's
headed to the pit lane. Well, that's a bummer. So is two of the vets. That black vet heading in there is number 64, which is a 64.
Renee Tercilla in the 009, and Edward Savagen driving Claire Schwindemann's car.
A lot of people headed to pit lane.
Going on.
What did I miss? See the Corning tribute car. Oh, it's gorgeous.
I am not sure, and I'm not hearing anything.
No, I just looked on the
control
on the WhatsApp line that we all share.
Yeah, something's happening. That I've never seen that many cars come in from
rain?
A race that isn't
Mist?
rain. I can't tell. I think so. Yeah, it must be raining out there, or maybe everybody didn't like what happened at turn 1. But yeah, some of the faster cars are slowing down, so it must be
mist or rain.
And if we could pick one group not to rain in, it would be this one. Yes, yeah, it's rain. And nobody went out there on wets.
No.
And you can see the wipers now.
Yep, that's what's happening, and that's why those guys all smartly dove to pit lane.
So Cord up into overall 2nd now.
Oh, I was just going to say stay off of that, and he didn't, and he goes right into the tires. Oh,
that stinks. So that's Hosick. Martin Hosick in that Group 12 Chevrolet Corvette Z06.
I was just thinking as he came through there and was getting a little wide, I was like, man, stay off those rumble strips over there. It's going to be awful slick.
Now, John DeGaynor in the Devon is out there for points, trying to win another championship. So he's probably not going to come in, even though he's probably not on any kind of wets. And ladies and gentlemen, this is vintage racing. I have to give it up to our great camera operators and our crew. I'm not nice to them when they show wrecked race cars, so that's why. So you can blame me if you're saying, oh, well, why aren't they showing that, or why did they cut away from that? That's totally my fault. We don't like to show bent-up vintage race cars. And so, yeah, you can come to me with that, and I'll fight you for it, because I don't want to show bent-up race cars. We are under full course caution right now, though, as they clean that up a little bit. But it looked like he was able to get out of there and fire under his own power.
Looks like Jody's back out there.
Yeah, and Zisa's making a pass under double yellow. He's going to have to get back. But he will. Look, he just waved to him. Hey, man, take this back. He's a very good racer. He saw it.
Yep, there you go. Plop, plop in the puddle.
Yeah.
You know what was so amazing as we watched these guys just idling around here, trying to stay off the paint, about the IROC event at Laguna? When you start doing the research on some of the cars, Scott Borchetta's car, for example, the amount of people that drove that car over the years, because some of the cars started life as Camaros, but the chassis stayed in competition and became a Dodge Daytona and then an Avenger. Okay. They just rebodied them, right? So Scott's car, when you looked at the final list of names that had driven that car, especially since every one of the rounds somebody different would jump in the car, after a few years, was just incredible. Both Unsers, both Earnhardts, Mario Andretti, Cale Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip. It's just insane the amount of names that have been on that car.
And what's so cool about that, in knowing Scott, I don't know if there is a bigger Unser racing family fan than Scott Borchetta.
Yeah.
But also Mario Andretti. So it means something extra special to him to kind of carry on that legacy.
And one of the things Ray said to him was, take the seat out, take the steering wheel off. Just save them. When you think of everybody who sat in that seat and held that steering wheel.
That's true.
He said, you don't want to have something go wrong with those at the track. We can put other seats and steering wheels in there, and you can always put them back, but...
So Cord out front. Cord Kissart. And then we've got Lyman.
And that's a C5Z06, is it?
Mm-hmm. In the Chevrolet Corvette. Trying to figure all of this out, but that is what happened. We released them from grid. They took the green. The rain came down, and a lot of the cars just came in and said, "I'm not doing that." This isn't a. Yes, this is a road course, but it's almost a street course. Like see how close these walls are.
It's incredibly narrow through here.
There are street courses that give you more room in some places. So there's runoff here to driver's right, but there's no runoff to driver's left on this last corner. I mean, there's no runoff.
No,
it's like a foot of grass.
It's almost like Road America at the kink. You're almost coming straight at the wall.
So you can see their cord into there, and there's maybe a foot of grass into that safer barrier that they've put there on driver's left, but it's there's not many escape roads.
No, there's been some very heavy impacts in full-on pro races here over the years, right in that section.
Connor Zilic and Shane Van Ginsbergen right there at that race.
And they're fixing the tire wall over here.
Now, if it were up to me, I'd say we're just going to do the rest of the race on the short course and let them fix the wall. But I don't get to make those
You don't
decisions.
get to make that call? It's a pretty good idea.
I don't know if NASCAR would be happy with us showing the times that these old vintage cars are getting on the short course.
Yeah.
So there's our Allard.
Got to look at the NASCAR Canada Series when I was up at CTMP last weekend. I'm sure did you catch any of that?
Yeah.
stuck around and watched that race, and they put on a good show up there.
Yeah, very proud of Sam Fellows. Who
He really was wheeling it, wasn't he?
Was, but I'm just gonna say this. You know, I don't have anything to do with NASCAR Canada. I feel like he got punted there at the Moss section. I think I could argue it both ways.
He absolutely got turned in the last corner.
Yeah, but he was so classy
in his post race
and how he said it.
Yes,
and everything that he said. So I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just Ron Fellows Part 2.
Yep. No, he did a tremendous job driving. Got taken out at the end and handled it like a real class act.
And the cars look cool.
Cars look very good.
I don't think they look as good as our TA2 cars.
No, and they didn't race.
They look better than the American NASCAR.
And the TA2 guys put on a better show.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of yellows in that NASCAR Canada series. And our TA2 guys raced hard and clean.
Yeah. So here we are, Watkins Glen. We're having Watkins Glen kind of weather. We've had some fantastic weather up here, but we're in this top of this glen, top of this big hill that's pretty high up above Seneca Lake, and like Road America, like Lime Rock, we're in our own little kind of microclimate up here. And so it may be blue skies in Watkins Glen, New York, but not at the track.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of campers. Yeah. We haven't, Misty was pointing this out to me, Misty Richter. We haven't had a race event that it hasn't rained this season. Either on load-in day, load-out day, one day it will rain. Yeah.
I mean, the California swing was just incredible. I mean, it rained for 2 solid weeks while we were out there racing at Sonoma and Laguna Seca.
I know, and my whole life, the Beach Boys have been telling me about sunny California.
Yeah.
Bunch of liars.
Well, having grown up out there, I could tell you that was very rare.
There's Randy Williams in that E-type and Latucci in that Corvette. Latucci was with us in that same Corvette that was, if I remember correctly, green, and then they wrapped it how it was for the Monterey Historics when you were out there a couple weeks ago. So now he's in the same Corvette but different look to it. What in the world are those machines? Bottom left, are those mini bikes?
Yeah.
With the backpack? I want to party with those guys.
Yeah. Might have the party in the backpack.
Well, they're coming out here. I think the lights are out in the pace car, coming back to green. Let's see what Jody O'Donnell can do in that 4.6.
He's up to 11th.
I'm going to say he's going to be up to 5th.
Was that his jersey number, by the way? Do you know?
I should ask him that. But I'm so happy to see him here this weekend because we haven't seen him in a while. But there was a time where Edward Savagian, Peter Clute, Jody O'Donnell, Scott Borchetta would have some of the best battles in their Group 6 Corvettes.
Peter had the whole family racing at CTMP last week.
He did.
Here we go, pace car off.
Cord is going to just get a great start.
Oh, yeah, that's huge. Pushing hard up through the S's.
Yeah, Cord has got himself to a great lead over Lyman and Rubricht in the in the Mustang. Then Edward Savagian in Dr. Claire's car. Uh-oh.
Oh, he overshot it.
That's going to change everything.
Sure is.
Because he has to be waved around by the corner worker. Okay, they waved him around, so he's lost about 4 positions probably when it's all said and done.
3
positions. He's got Renee Torsilla right behind him. Lots of campers here this weekend. Well, Rubright
Got a battle for the lead here setting up.
Timothy Rubright, who races in TA with us sometimes in that Ford Mustang Boss 302. This is going to be interesting. Jeff Lyman in that Chevrolet Corvette, the number 77A. Oh, and look at Jody O'Donnell.
He's coming.
Not making a liar out of me.
No, he's charging pretty hard.
Scott Shadle in that blue Camaro. So here we go. Chevy versus Ford. Rubright in that 302S. Now Savajan's going to give a look because he knows that Jody O'Donnell's coming up behind him. A little bit of a friendly
change for the lead.
Yeah.
Look at that C3 coming up around the outside here. Down this long straightaway, stretching its legs out, going maybe for the lead by 1.
Sometimes when those cars get on their brakes, they move to the right or the left about a foot, and you never know until you hit the brakes.
He's going to pull it off, too, by the time they get into the S's here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That was a strong move, Ben.
Edward Savajan in the lead over some Group 12 cars, some modern cars.
That was a very strong move.
So, Dr. Claire, I'm so sorry that you had to leave early and for the why you had to leave early, but hopefully if you're watching, Edward Savajan's doing you proud right now.
Comes Jody O'Donnell up the inside, too. Going to do way better than 5th.
Yeah. This
up
might
to
be
3rd.
This might be a classic Edward Savajan, Jody O'Donnell battle for the lead in Group 6. We've seen that many times over the years. Edward Savajan coming down. This is a very difficult section of Watkins Glen, especially in these conditions. Jody O'Donnell now into overall 3rd place. There's Lyman in the 77A. I see Pumpelly. Is that Spencer Pumpelly out there?
And we got Jody up now to 2nd. And the fight is on for the win.
You see in 6th place we've got Pumpelly.
Yeah.
It's not in my scoring. All right, here we go. Edward Savajan and Jody O'Donnell. Now, I think Edward
he's got wide again, Jody. He's going to lose a spot there.
One of them's a small block, and one of them's a big block. I think. I could be wrong.
Well, both showing the power of a big block down this front straightaway, though, aren't they?
Yeah, where'd that Mustang come from? That's Pumpelly.
Yes. And he might spoil the bow tie party.
Yeah, and we've got a waving white next time by. I'm going to try not to spoil this one. But, oh, my gosh, Jody O'Donnell, if he can get behind Pumpelly, this might be a great battle overall for the lead.
Well, for Jody, he can finish on the podium of this thing, considering the way that first corner went at the green. It's a great outcome for him.
Yeah. Yeah, because me behind the wheel of that car would be all smashed up.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for agreeing so quickly. So here we go. Look at this, Ralph. Spencer Pumpelly. We're guessing that's who it is. Behind Edward Savajan, followed by Jody O'Donnell.
Well, I can't tell you that the outcome would have been any different, Ben, if I was driving.
I've seen it happen a lot, though. That paint there in the rain, it just becomes like ice.
Here comes the vet inside of Pumpelly. And to get that pass done, back to 2nd goes Jody. Savajan and O'Donnell.
Now watch Savajan and O'Donnell probably have two.
Pumpelly around the outside, though. He's going to take 2nd right back.
Yeah, O'Donnell's got the power, but he doesn't quite have the brakes.
No. See if he does something at the end of the front straightaway here.
But Savagen is loving what he's seeing in his mirrors. Those two can battle out. He's going to be able to gap them.
Yeah.
Now watch Savagen get on the brakes here coming into one, because sometimes these cars go left or the right. See that? See how it kind of moves back, and the white flag is out. So that's why he's got to kind of come into the middle of the track, because he doesn't know if it's
got to give himself some room.
Right, and then he gets into the racing line. These older, the Group 6 cars, they like one input at a time. It's either brakes or steering or gas. You can't do two at the same time.
Yeah.
Where the car that Pompelli's in, he can do. He can brake and steer at the same time, or he can gas and steer at the same time.
Yeah, and it's showing a difference, isn't it? And Pompelli might have a great shot here.
Here he goes.
Coming inside through the carousel.
Now, he doesn't know that Edward Savagen is totally comfortable going mirror to mirror with anybody around this track.
And Savagen didn't make it easy, did he? See if he's able to hang on, because he'd have the inside that next corner.
I think Spencer's in front of him.
No, not yet. Pompelli will have he has to tuck back in.
That's cool. If that is who that is in the car, maybe he'll start coming doing some SVRA racing, because he's having fun in there right now.
He's got to be. He'll have a lot more fun if he can get to the checkered flag first.
That's going to be really tough to do, because Edward has got some power in that thing.
Yeah, and the passing opportunities are quickly running out.
But he has it here. He's got the line.
Savagen's pretty strong on the outside everywhere he goes around this track.
Come on, Edward.
He's not worried about it.
And Jody.
He's got him. And Jody might make something happen here. Yes, second place has just changed. And the Corvettes are going to go 1 and 2. Savagen and O'Donnell will cross the line in first and second, and Pompelli will hold on to round out the podium.
Chevy, Ford.
Yes. Well, that was a darn good race to the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting Group 6, Group 12 to stay together like that. And I apologize if that isn't Spencer Pompelli in there, but all signs point to it is. Here comes John DeGainer.
Sat with John and his dad last night for a bit.
Yeah, they have fun, aren't they?
Good guys, yes.
So there's Renee Tursilla, then DeGainer. Then Victor Korda, Ray Zisa, Scott Shadle.
DeGainer, of course, driving the Devon.
Here comes Randy Williams. I'm going to have some of his pizza on the way back to the hotel tonight. Maybe I'll go by the Dandy Deli, too.
Are you in everything on your toppings, or?
Whatever they have.
You're not a pineapple
in the thing. No.
Okay.
So here we go. It's Edward Savagen, Jody O'Donnell. So it is Spencer Pompelli.
It is. Look at that.
Timothy Rubright, Cord Kistart, Jeff Lyman, Renee Tursilla, John DeGainer, Victor Korda, and Raymond Zisa. Now, just in those top 10, we have a lot of former SVRA champions in that. Scott Shadle, John Shannon, Randy Williams, Matt Latucci, Chris Stillwell, Martin Hosick, Jack Ogle, Jim Glass, Danny Lowry, and Daniel Lippitz.
I'm hearing Group 9 is next.
Jim Heck, Francis Florido, Richard Payne.
This will be another open wheel category. There we go. And while we wait for them, we're going to take a quick break here at Watkins Glen. Don't you go away. We're coming right back with more great SVRA vintage racing.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Cars on track as we welcome you back to Watkins Glen International Raceway. And I know this is one of the categories you really enjoy, Ben.
Yeah, Group 9, the open wheel cars. Here at Watkins Glen, it just kind of makes sense, you know.
Yes.
They
Great
hosted
open wheel
so
history.
many U.S. Grand Prix here. And so we'll start at the top. Nolan Aller in a Panos DP01 starting first. Then Amber Stevenson, we already talked about her in her Formula Ford. She's out there in the Lola T9720. And this time we get to see her with some competition. She didn't have any competition in that car at New Jersey. So we're going to see some good stuff. She's out ahead of Bruce Hamilton in a Swift 014 MZR. Mark Sherwood is in a Ralt RT41. Scott Dick is in a Dallara Infinity. Robert Albani in a Mazda Pro Formula Elan. John Dole in a Renault Indy Lights. Todd Wentz in a Lola T332. Michael Cross in a Van Diemen RF99Z. Anthony DeSario in a Van Diemen F2000. David Zavetsky is in a crazy Formula 5000, as is Joseph Riolo in a Lola T330. David Zavetsky's in a Lola T300. These are open wheels, wings and slicks cars coming to take the green route.
Yep, getting ready to go here. Ben, I didn't see the big Panos.
I didn't either.
Up front. See the F5000 cars. And Amber Stevenson right into the lead, right?
Yeah.
Out front.
And look at that.
Number 5, Lola.
Wisely stays off any of the curbing. She is a very calculated driver, a scientist engineer by trade. So she does everything, looks like, by the book and very meticulously.
And I was really looking forward to seeing Nolan Aller's car run. It's a Panos DP01, but what's really cool about it is it's powered by a Judd V10.
Yes. One of the best soundtracks of the weekend.
Yes. His grandfather owns the car. And he's an Indy Next driver.
I'm seeing a debris flag there at the carousel, not where you want to see a debris flag.
Is it for debris or more for the mist, do you think?
Maybe the moisture.
I'm thinking it's moisture.
I call it a debris flag, but the technical term is a surface flag.
Right.
So something is on the surface that you're not used to is what they're saying.
That's an Indy Lights car there. And they believe that Hinchcliffe spent some time behind the wheel of that car.
Here's these Formula 5000s.
And that's our favorite car on the property this weekend.
That's Riolo.
It's Mark Donohue car, right?
Yeah. Yeah, finished third in the championship in Formula 5000 that season. But Amber Stevenson out front. Brian Redman is our Grand Marshal this weekend. It's great to see him down there at the fan walk and giving the start command.
Yeah, 3-time F5000 champion. It was really cool this year at the Long Beach Grand Prix. They celebrated 50th anniversary of that event, which of course the very first race was an F5000 race, which was kind of a prover to Formula One that you could hold a major international event and everything could go fine. And then once they did that, they moved on to Formula One for years and eventually on to IndyCar, Champ Car, and the variations of that. So this year they brought out vintage cars from all 3 series and had them all on track at the same time, which was really cool to see.
Just looking at the Formula 5000s, it's like, all right, here you're going to put on a backpack of just the craziest engine on the biggest tires held together by wire and race this thing around the track. It's basically what it is. It's like, can we make the lightest, loudest, fattest, most torquey car we can make?
Yeah.
None of that. Everything is opposing forces there.
Yeah.
And it was a crazy time in motorsports.
It really was, and some very brave men drove those things incredibly fast.
Yeah. Like, it's great to see a Brian Redman who raced in everything still here.
Still around.
He lost a lot of friends in those days.
And Mario and...
But look at the rear tires alone on that thing.
That one's really interesting, too. I was talking with him about that car. See those air boxes right along the sides, feeding air into the radiators there. And he was he's contemplating, probably a better way of putting it, of trimming that a little bit because he's a big guy. And these cars certainly were not built for guys of substantial stature.
Or for 50-year-old plus men.
Right.
You know, and David Zavetsky, he's about our age. So, you know, they were made for 20-year-olds in good shape, 20 and 30-year-olds. But that is a really cool car. And they sound amazing.
Yeah.
And here's the Donahue.
And you and I were talking about the AMC logo on that car. And, of course, that goes along with Donahue's Javelin connection with Trans Am at the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they said, well, we'll carry that over into the Formula 5000, too. And they were trying to bring it into Formula One, you know, because they were, at that time, Mark Donahue was dabbling in Formula One, IndyCar, Can-Am, Baja, Trans Am. You know, back then you didn't just pick one thing. You might be doing something every weekend.
And he was doing most of that with Penske.
Mm-hmm.
Roger was into all those different series and had cars running in all of them.
So here's David Zavetsky and then Cesario. And Riolo in the Donahue car. Cesario's just trying desperately to get around.
And Savetsky's in a Lola T300, which is the earlier variation of what Wentz is driving, a Lola T332. Riola's in a T330.
And somebody is off the track. Driver's right, out of the toe of the boot. I see the wing there?
Oh, yeah. I think that is Wentz. That's Wentz up there.
Body language is saying that he's okay, and he's talking to the safety crew.
And Savetsky's car is an old Epi Weitz's car, which won at Brainerd in 73 or 4, he was telling me.
Look at the vortices coming off of that rear wing. Isn't that neat?
Tells you there's a lot of moisture in the air still, right?
Mm-hmm. That's John Dole in a Renault Indy Lights car. I come from the part of the country where we call that a Renault.
Yeah.
Renault Alliance.
Yeah.
We don't like to Frenchify anything in the South.
Except the French fry, right?
Yeah, but that's a French fry. But even Lafayette, we call it Lafayette. Big major road in Nashville is Lafayette, and everybody there calls it Lafayette. You can't. They'll ask if you say Lafayette, they'll be like, "Which
where
one?"
are you going?" Yeah.
Well, there's Amber out front. Bruce Hamilton.
Man, she's led every lap of this thing.
She led every lap in her Formula Ford as well. Bruce Hamilton was out there, got third in the Formula B race with Tonis and Jeff Brabham. And Bruce Hamilton races just about every weekend. If he's not with us, he's with another great vintage organization or his home, FRP, Formula Race Promotions. Here she comes through the inner loop. I've got some signs I've got to fix over there tonight. But she looks very fast.
Do you fix signs first or run to the dandy first?
I'll have to fix the signs before I leave. Man, that car really looks hooked up, and now she's going to be coming up behind Riolo somewhere around probably the front straight. Or Zavetsky, sorry, and then there's Riolo. No, she's probably going to meet them before the last turn. I can't imagine a field of those things. You'd think that when they all got on the gas, they'd change the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Man, she is flying.
The T330, 332 Airboy, they looked really good too. I love those big high air boxes.
Yeah.
Big fan of that. Those massive rear tires.
Yeah, we're not trying things anymore like they were back in those days.
Yeah.
You know, they would, like that big airbox, maybe it doesn't do anything, but somebody saw Brian Redmond and his big borax thing out there, and with the big airbox, and he won the race, so all the other teams are like, well, maybe that's it. So then everybody had to have them.
Yeah, well, racing is reactionary that way, right? And you can always tease everybody else in the paddock or the garage area or the pit area by putting something on your car that could mean absolutely nothing, but certainly by the next week everybody's doing it because they think you found something and figured something out.
Yeah, I noticed when we were at New Jersey, one of the Formula groups had 3D printed a little back that looked like the old 80s Le Mans, or the helmets for the Tour de France that like sloped way down. And they put it on the back of a GoPro, and then that guy ended up winning the race. So then everybody wanted him to 3D print aerodynamic GoPro box. And he's like, the wind tunnel tested. I don't know if it does anything.
Yeah, looks good though.
But if you win, everybody's got to have it.
Yep. Nature of the beast.
So Amber Stevenson doing very well in that Lola T9720. I believe it has a Buick engine in it. But look at this. Here's our 5,000.
The Donahue car in front of the white Scar. Here you see the big AMC logo on the side pods of the car.
That thing on the top, that's not a periscope. They're looking out their helmets. That's just the big air intake.
Yeah.
So David Zavetsky just behind Joe Riola. Look at the tires on these things. They're almost as wide as they are tall.
Yeah, but they're very thin in the middle, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you look at the side pods and stuff of the car, it's very thin. You had to feel extremely exposed in one of those cars as a driver. Comes that Indy Lights car.
You know, it's just different time. You just didn't know what you didn't know.
Right.
But, you know, now with the hindsight, the value of hindsight, you look at the formula for a Formula 5000 or Can-Am, you're like, what were they thinking? Well, what they were thinking is it was run by racers and not safety people. And they're like, let's see how fast we can get these things to go.
Yeah.
Let's put the craziest engine on the craziest tires and make the car as light as we can.
Well, it's a generation of some incredibly courageous racers, too, right?
Yeah.
Guys who were not afraid to just get in and go and see what it could do.
Number 3 of Anthony DeCesario.
I mean, you hear the stories of the guys that were the Derek Bells and Brian Redmonds who were testing for Porsche with a 917, and the thing was just about flying literally down the Mulsanne, and they still got in, knowing full well that it was on the
left to right without any control.
Yeah, it's totally on the verge of being an airplane, but I'll do it anyway. Did
Joe Riola.
Donahue car just slow dramatically?
I think it just
gave up,
lost all of its Sunoco fuel. So David Zavetsky, usually always last with the last name that starts with Z, but is going to be up the front of our Formula 5000s.
Yeah, he's going to be leading the category here in a moment.
When I met David, he was racing a Daimler. Then he went to a Devon. And then all of a sudden he just shows up with this Formula 5000. And we're like, man, that's quite a leap.
Yeah. In every way.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the rear wing of that car just looks fast.
Inside 8.5 minutes to go.
Can't tell the number. Is that Sherwood? This car here?
Okay. It's the number 3. Yep.
We have 2 number 3s out there.
Sherwood and a Rolt RT41.
I don't know what happened, but like what we were talking about the box, there was a time in the early 2000s, Formula One cars, that the nose of the car was way up from the wing.
Yeah.
You remember that? I don't know what happened there, what they decided that did for the cars, but I noticed that Sherwood's car kind of had that look. So does this car.
Yeah, all about airflow, right?
I don't know.
It was all about airflow, and based on the way the rules were written at the time, the engineers trying to find ways to channel air to do what they still wanted to do, even though the rules might be written to take it away from the way you were doing it previously, right? That was not one of the prettier eras of F1 cars.
But they sounded cool.
Sounded cool, but I didn't like those
I didn't either.
noses way up in the air.
Because I was just imagining the driver's seating position.
It was very weird.
Legs,
their legs
over their knees or over their eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, there's our leader, Amber Stevenson.
I've never sat in a race car where that was the seating position, so I don't really know how that works, if you will. It seems strange, seems very odd. Obviously,
seems like you'd feel vulnerable in that position.
And obviously they made it work. It sure seemed weird.
So that's Dick.
The strangest pedal configuration like that I've ever driven, Ben, was a 410 sprint car where the gas pedal is up and down, the brake pedal would slide forward and back. So that was odd to get used to. And of course you had a school bus style steering wheel, you know, down low and turning it like that.
So Amber Stevenson out front with Bruce Hamilton. Second, then Mark Sherwood, Scott Dick, John Dole. That's your top five. And Amber absolutely putting on a clinic today in both of her races. Here we go. She's back up to David Zavetsky. Never saw Riolo again after he looked to have lost power, and don't know if he came into the...
No, he must have just pulled off.
There's Di Cesario. Followed by Cross. Currently 6th and 7th overall. Coming up the uphill S's. Minutes left to go in this SVRA Group 9 here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. I want to thank Mission Foods for being such a huge part of not only SVRA Speed Tour and IGT, but just motorsports in general. They are really doing their part. And if you love motorsports or want to support motorsports, best thing you can do is go get yourself some Mission chips, food, tacos, Mexican food. Support whoever is out there supporting motorsports.
Here's what's coming up next. And no, that's not a Ferrari 333, but boy, it's got the right livery on it to look like one, doesn't it?
A couple Dolaras. And that should be fun. It should be our Group 5, 7, 11, and PSSA. But back to the action, and that elf is Amber Stevenson, who has led everything here in her Group 9 race. So she and Serena are going to be able to sleep well tonight, knowing everything is back as it should be for tomorrow's races on Sunday. Trying to see the gaps. So Bruce Hamilton, the third, and Sherwood is in third. White flag next time by on Amber Stevenson.
One more to go.
Okay, so there's Bruce Hamilton, 17 seconds behind Amber. Then there's Dole I'm sorry, I said that was Dick last time, but I think that was Dole. So here's Amber coming around the green car. She has a 17-second gap, so hopefully Serena's telling her, don't push anything.
Yeah.
I like Amber. She wears the Wonder Woman race suit. I always thought that was cool. So
yeah,
when she gets out and girls see her get out of the car after winning a race in a Wonder Woman suit, you got to think, well, that's just my hero for the rest of my life now.
Yeah. Makes sense. We got a couple more races to go today after this, so stay with us. More action will be coming your way here from Watkins Glen.
She should be receiving the white flag now. Let's see if it's not the checkered, though. That's happened to me twice today.
Yeah, I don't know if that really qualifies as a commentator's curse, but you're definitely, there's the white flag waving for Amber. She's had pretty smooth sailing on this last lap.
Yep, there's Bruce, the third car in your images here. But this is quite a battle happening here with DeCesario and Cross battling for 6th and 7th overall. That's the best battle out there right now at the moment.
Pair of Van Diemen's, Cross in an RF99Z, and DeCesario in an F2000.
She does not look like she's letting up at all.
No, she's not.
She's out there hitting her marks, trying to get the seat time.
Amber Stevenson on her last lap here at Watkins Glen. Race number 1 for Group 9. As I said earlier, we will be back tomorrow with a full day of racing once again here from the Glen. See all these classes, drivers and cars in action again. Checkered flag is out in front of her. Here she comes, Amber Stevenson, crossing the line here, taking the victory in Group 9, sprint race number 1. There's Hamilton. Cross. There's Dole right there, that Indy Lights car. And now we will turn our attention and start to get ready for groups 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. And there's Savetsky taking the honors in the Formula 5000 category. The Epi White's car won at Brainerd in F5000 competition, and it wins category here today at Watkins Glen. There's a look at your results through the top 10. And we're going to step aside just for a moment, and we'll be right back with groups 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Featuring 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Thank you. We're back here in the SVRA paddock at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. I'm with Kyle Collins. His brother was just racing with us at Portland a few weeks ago, doing really well in the B sedan. Tony Delane, you're going to have to figure this out. Your mom was explaining to me all the different last names, but it is your brother. But you're driving this beautiful Lotus 18 Formula Junior. I absolutely love these Formula Junior cars. We had a reunion here about 10 years ago. So much fun. But you're one of the younger drivers driving one of the older Formula Junior models. Explain that.
Yeah, it was my grandfather's car, and he's owned it for almost 40 years now, and he's actually raced it in more countries than I've ever been to, which is pretty fun, but pretty special for me to get to strap into Grandpa's car here. And like you said, it's one of the older ones, so we're still running drum brakes on all 4 corners and a 4-speed, whereas some of the other cars have disc brakes with a 5-speed. So.
Yeah, just next door, we've got Robert Hemke's car here, the Cooper. He's got disc brakes. He's got a 5-speed. But that really doesn't matter sometimes when you go out there, and once the racing starts, you kind of forget, oh, wait, he's on discs, I'm on drums. It's just go as flat out as you can. Now, the cool thing about this, we talk about this in like Formula Bs or even Formula Fords, you're scrubbing speed if you're, you know, sliding out there. These cars, sometimes you're in a full 4-wheel drift, 4-wheel slide just to get faster. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in the Formula B car or Formula Ford, like you said, slowing down when you're sliding. But this thing, you have to be sliding to be going fast. So we're hanging it out and scaring the people behind us that are getting to watch. So, but it's good fun.
Now, we got to get a shot of this. Look at how tall and skinny the tires are on these old, just hard compound tires. So that also kind of, these are the Dunlops that, you know, Goodwood is famous for. So not a lot of grip, and you're out there sliding basically on like Pinewood Derby car tires. Basically, they're like as hard as that. But does that make it more fun?
Oh, it's a blast. Yeah, the Dunlops are hard and not so soft, not very grippy, but they're very progressive in the way that they brake. And so you're just sliding, and it's very predictable. And although you don't have much grip, if you can carry the speed and get a nice slide and use the whole racetrack, you can. They're a lot faster than they look. So.
Okay, so one thing I got to point out. Stay there, Lucas. We got to show this because there's a shift pattern here in the car that is totally different. And he's driving 2 different cars here this weekend, but that's going to, so it goes, so not like a standard H where it's first, second, third, fourth. It's actually first, second, third, fourth, and then way back over for reverse. And that's something he's got to keep in his head all weekend long in this car. But the same weekend, he's driving a completely different, what I'm going to call just a total monster. Like these things, just crazy cars. Our Grand Marshal here this weekend is Brian Redmond, who was just speaking to him backstage here. I'll call it backstage, about how crazy these cars are and some great stories. But how do you describe these things?
Yeah, obviously a lot different than driving the Lotus in the 2-liter Chevron here. We got loads of power and big, wide, sticky slicks, and this thing is incredible, the things that it can do. I mean, you go into a corner so much faster than you think is possible, and it just sticks. And it compared to some other cars, we don't have all the downforce of some of the more modern cars, but when it does slide, it is pretty progressive and predictable too. So although it's fast, it is pretty sweet and nice to drive as well.
How challenging is it for your brain, though? Because you go from a car with no power, no grip, to a car with way too much power and way too much grip and a different shifting pattern. Do you have to kind of reprogram, or once you're in it and you've got your goggles on in that car, you kind of like, okay, I'm in the Junior and now I'm in this car?
It sounds goofy, but that's part of the trick, actually, putting the open helmet with the goggles on in that car and then get back in with the closed helmet in this car. You're in 2 different modes, and I thought it would be more difficult than it is, actually, but you hop into the car and first couple corners, so you're feeling the limit of the tires, and you remember your braking points are going to be different, obviously, but it's not as bad as you'd think. You get used to it pretty quick. So
you and your brother, you're both very young guys. How do you explain to your friends, oh, I can't go to that with you this weekend because I'm going to Lime Rock or Watkins Glen to race these crazy cars you've never heard of?
Yeah, a lot of them had no idea, but the more that we keep doing it and the more they keep seeing us doing it, a lot of them have gained a lot of interest in it, actually, and have been coming out to the racetrack and stuff. So it's cool to get to share that and spread it with some more people our age. I think is good.
I love it. I love it. Well, one thing I want to point out, just as a photographer, filming person, the stripes on this is the old Canon roll of film. So I love that. And then it was Oscar ran in Can-Am back in the day, and he ran Auto World, and he had slot car tracks around his whole Can-Am car, for that was the stripes. That were the rules. So you go out, your Formula Junior in this beautiful Lotus 18. I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were to pick a favorite to drive and to race and, you know, different personalities, which one of these 2 is your favorite?
That's a tough choice. It is hard to choose. Part of it is track dependent. We were at Lime Rock last weekend, and the Junior around Lime Rock is just magic. That's a perfect size track, but the same here, Watkins Glen and the Chevron is the perfect track and race car combo. So I think part of it depends on the track a little bit, but it is just such a treat to get to drive both of them, for sure.
I love it. Well, Kyle, thank you so much for coming out. We will be watching for you in the live stream. It's going to be extra pressure. Not only is your grandpa here and the whole family, but extra pressure that our Grand Marshal actually raced one of these here at Watkins Glen. So he's going to be comparing times and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. So that'll be good fun.
Nice. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll see you here in a little bit.
All right. You've had some fun in the paddock this weekend, haven't you?
Yeah. I've been so excited. This is a vintage-only event, back to the way the U.S. Vintage Grand Prix at Watkins Glen should be. Trans Am was here just a few weeks ago in July and had some great races. And now this is back to an all-vintage. We had a great reenactment last night. We've got some fantastic cars. This is Groups 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. And just look at the cars coming out right now. Cars that our Grand Marshal Brian Redmond would have raced in, like this Cannon here.
Yes.
I'll run through the grid real quick. Starting in first in PSSA. Well, I saw Zach Mosley out there in first, but this is saying Chris Allen. Then John Ulmer in his Revolution 500 9C, and then Nathan Duckles, what a great name, Revolution 500 Evo. Then Kyle Collins in that Chevron B21 that Brian Redmond could have driven, the Cannon car. Rafe Baskin is in a Radical SR3. David Kunzelman in a Radical SR3. Carter Bowles in a Dallara EXP. Gary Gray in a Radical SR8, one of my favorite drivers. Sean Monnett in a Radical SR3. Michael Merritt in a Dallara EXP. Keith Taylor in a Radical SR3 RSX. Mark Clark in a Swift DB5 S2000. Mitchell Idle in a Chevron B31. But I saw Mitchell up there starting with Kyle Collins, but they have him back here at 13th. Matt Scheiferle in a Lola T212. Timothy Nichols in a Nuart Can-Am, beautiful car. MHP back out there in the Elva MK7S. That can't be right. He was already out there in another group, 5B. Mark Hannafin, I'm just over here talking to myself, Ralph. Mark Hannafin in a Nuart Can-Am car.
You're having a great conversation.
Mark Adler, I'm arguing with myself. Mark Adler starting in 18th in a Van Diemen. Michael Lang in a Ford GT3. David Bauman in a Swift DB2. Ryan Sari in a Radical SR3. And Joe Cawley in a Dallara EXP as they come to take the green.
The Allard pace car is off. There's the green flag waving, and we are racing here once again at Watkins Glen. The first of the two Nuarts right along the pit wall there. It's all Revolutions at the front of the field.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
three of them.
Yeah, the Revolutions. What's the car behind the Revolutions? Is that Idle? 6'2". Yeah, and what's so funny, Mitchell Idle, he was supposed to start 13th, but he started 5th. So must have bribed the grid officials. So there's the Evo Revolutions with the flat rear wing. Yeah, they're just showing a debris flag. See that around our surface flag, just the first lap, just so they know there's something on the track, and maybe they're just pointing out the moisture.
In case you can't see it on your visor, right?
Yeah. Just a redundancy, you know. So Allen, Ulmer, and Duckles up front in the PSSA. The flat wing, it should be an Evo. So the second.
Oh boy. He's able to roll it out of the way.
Single car spin.
Nice job.
But that will take them out of the fight for the revolutions up there in PSSA.
Oh, yeah. That was Duckles.
So Allen and Ulmer. Let's see if that's who comes across the line. Allen, Ulmer, good. Okay.
And these revolutions are kind of like Model T Ford. You can have any color you want as long as you like black.
Yeah. Yeah, they come in that carbon fiber. You can finish it however you want. We've seen, the Batmobile and several different iterations with these
but they're
revolutions.
Still black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they come like that.
Which I like, but I mean, guys have added striping to them and stuff, but they seem to leave them all black.
And maybe that's because the radicals come in white. I don't know. With the gel coat. These are carbon fiber. So Kyle Collins is in 4th in the Cannon car. I love the stripes on the Cannon car, that it's a film strip.
Yeah.
I just think that's so neat.
Yeah, it's very creative. That's good marketing.
I guess back in the Can-Am days, there was a rule that you couldn't put big sponsors on. So Oscar Kowaleski, who owned Auto World, he called them stripes, but they were his slot car tracks on his Can-Am car, and that's how he got away with having a sponsor on his car. He called it racing stripes. So I guess Cannon could have done the same thing there. So here's the Dallara coming up on these two cars, both chevrons. Collins around idle. It's a Chevron B31. And Kyle Collins is in a B21. I'm hearing for the safety car to stand up, so something's happening on track.
That's more weather.
Here's the radicals coming.
Although I'm seeing the sun trying to poke out here on the front straightaway.
So Carter Bowles.
And caution is out, Ben.
Yeah. Okay. Carter Bowles in the Dallara. And you see Duckles there behind. So Duckles really wanted this safety car. He may be able to make his way back through and meet up with his PSSA compatriots.
I haven't been able to speak with anybody at Dallara to confirm it, but I have heard from those that are close to the folks at Dallara that they are really selling a bunch of those.
They should. It looks like a great platform.
Yes.
I saw Al Unser Jr. driving one of those at one of the events. He was Grand Marshal.
Yeah, and he's doing that for Vintage IndyCar.
Okay.
Everywhere they go.
Yeah.
He is their pace car driver, and it is a Dallara.
I've gotten the honor of spending some time with Al Unser Jr.
He's a great guy.
Great guy to be around, yeah. And actually went to a museum once with Al Sr. and Al Jr.
Oh, that's a good story.
They drove us through Portland. It was really neat. And the museum had a lot of Unser cars in the museum. That was cool.
Now all of that stuff, I believe, went to Speedy Bill's place in Nebraska, I believe.
Maybe, I'm not sure. It was the World of Speed Museum that I think is shut down since we went there. But the Unser Museum is alive and well in Albuquerque. So here's our leaders. The safety car went out, wasn't able to get the leaders. So hopefully they're able to. Oh, there's the Allard. So he's telling, race control's telling that Allard to not wave the car behind him yet. Wait till he clears the incident. So there must be an incident up here, and then we'll get him back in order.
You know, I was going to say, I think that Allard is arguably my favorite pace car of all time.
Yeah.
It doesn't say pace car on it or anything like that. They haven't gaudied it up for that, but it is one of my favorite pace cars. And for some reason, Ben, I don't know why, because really they're just cars with stickers on them in a lot of ways. But I like pace cars. I think they're cool.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that have been used over the years, certainly at places like Indianapolis where they, you know, it's a big deal, the unveiling of this year's pace car, right?
And usually that manufacturer, whoever paces the Indy 500, they'll make 300 of them.
Yeah.
Because they'll sell them.
Yeah. And I guess like everybody else, my all-time favorite would be the 69 Camaro for Indy.
Yeah.
The white, the orange striping.
The most famous pace car may unfortunately be the Corvette from Detroit a few years ago.
Yes. Yes, that was not good. I thought you were going to say, was it a Challenger? It was a Challenger that went into the photographer's stand at Indianapolis in the 70s.
The pit lane, yeah.
72, I think it was.
Lots of campers here this weekend. Like we were saying, this is the last weekend for season ticket holders. So everybody's trying to get their money's worth at what I think is just a very fantastic show. They love it here. Lots of kids. We talked to some kids in the fan walk earlier today. And this is just such a great place to watch racing. The views from the top of the hill are just
pretty
fantastic.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
Well,
I think this is a RoboCam. Let's see if we can get our director to just move the camera up a little bit so you can see, and then zoom out so you can see the glens, and you can almost see Seneca Lake from up here on a clear day. But look at that. See, they're listening to us.
If he goes a little bit to the right, the other right, he might be able to catch the lake.
But yeah, it is so pretty up here. It doesn't do it. You can barely see it there.
Barely up there.
But that's Seneca Lake, and that's downtown Watkins Glen down there, and it's absolutely beautiful. If you ever get a chance to come to any event here, make sure you make your time to do that.
Which, when you're leaving Watkins Glen, headed back to Syracuse to catch your flight, the length of Seneca Lake is incredible. You will be driving along the shores of Seneca Lake for 3/4 of the way to Syracuse, it feels like.
And it's a deep lake.
Yeah.
One of the deepest not man-made lakes out here. I see a black flag.
Well, our Camaro connoisseur, also known as our producer, is saying time for a commercial break. So we will do so, and we will come right back when they are ready to get back to green.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one. Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, here we are back at Watkins Glen. Field is rolling, and it looks like we're going to have a shot to go back to green here, Ben.
Yeah, they're coming around. They're going to do the short course to save some time. And this is groups 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. We've got PSSA out front. We've got some Dallara EXPs out there. We've got some Chevron B21s and B31s, a little bit of everything. But this should be a very fun shootout with just a few minutes left to go. This might be a green-white checker. There's Ralph's now favorite pace car of the season. I'd have to agree with that.
It's such a cool car.
Yeah.
And again, like the side of the trailer says, not seen often, but never forgotten. And it's been a while since I've seen a good-looking Allard. I mean, that one is really pretty. Yeah. They've really done a nice job of restoring it. Here we go, back to green.
Okay, let's see what Kyle Collins can do here in that
Comes to Dallara, trying to get up the inside.
And Duckle's only able to make one position there. Two positions now. He's getting around the radical. But the fight that I really like right now is Kyle Collins and the Mitchell Idol, the B31 and the B21.
Yeah, pair of chevrons.
With Brian Redmond here this weekend. Now, Idol around Collins with Brian Redmond here, you know, he would have raced those cars.
Yes. Probably has some incredible stories about that as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Redmond's got some great stories. So Allen up front, then Ulmer, then Idol, then Collins. Here they come. This is the battle right here.
Yeah.
A B31 and a B21. Then you've got the Dallaras. Now the Radicals.
Here they come. That great fight with the chevrons. Up out of the boot.
So Kyle Collins around Idol now. They've gone back and forth this whole race. Followed by a train of Radicals. Gary Gray in 7th place right now. He's doing really well.
It's like we're going around again before we see the white.
So Mitchell in the blue car.
There goes the Dallara again.
Bowles.
Nice move.
And there's Duckles trying to get back up with his PSSA compatriots, compadres. So now Collins is able to get a big gap between he and Mitchell Idol with the traffic. White flag next time by, Ralph. That chevron just looks hooked up, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm just hearing on the radio, you want to stick around because coming up next is, like Monty Python says, and now for something totally different. We've got the Ragtime Racers coming up. Cars that are, some of the cars are over 100 years old. cars that competed in the first Indy 500. So you definitely want to watch that. Coming up in about 4 minutes.
And Ben will give us first-person accounts of what those races were like, since you were there for many of them.
Yeah. You know, I don't have gray hair for nothing. So Duckles, who spun there early in the session, not able to get through the field, and we've got Chris Allen with a big lead.
Yep, white flag is out at starter stand.
Did you see that Ford Maverick that's with Allen? Gold wheels, big wing on the back. It was a SEMA car show.
Is that
coolest Maverick I've ever seen. And I was asking, it's for sale. It's only got 900 miles on it, and it is cool.
Well, you lost me when you said electric.
It's not electric.
I thought you said it was.
No, it was a SEMA car show car.
Oh.
It's got two big Borla exhausts on the back, so I don't think it's electric, but it's a cool-looking Maverick. Uh-oh, he's slowed down. Allen.
He sure is. He's about to go to second and maybe to fifth. Oh, man, what a shame. On the last lap, less than 3 minutes to go. You know what? As slow as he's going, he'll never get up out of the boot.
No, hopefully he takes the short course so they can keep racing. That's
what a shame.
For talking about his Maverick.
Yeah, I walked past that thing a few times. I was like, what is that all about? The wheel covers on it are really cool. Crazy.
On paper, I never would have liked it. In person, I'm like, that's a cool Maverick.
Oh, yeah.
It almost looks like the wheels you get on your Hot Wheels.
Yeah. Reminded me of the old 935 BBS.
Yeah. The vented wheels.
Yeah.
So here we go. John Ulmer in a Revolution 500 SC to take the checkered flag. He's been there all session.
The driver out of Keller, Texas. Final corner.
He's coming in slow, too.
And the checkered flag awaits. He's going to win this one handily now.
Yeah. He's doing the Mario Andretti win as slowly as you can. That's good advice.
Oh, yeah.
So that should be Bowles coming in overall second. Then Duckles. Then Collins will be our first of our SVRA cars. Nice job to Kyle Collins. Then Merritt. No, sorry, Cawley. Then Idle. Gary Gray finished 8th. I like those Dolaras, though. I don't know if I like the Roadster or the hardtop more. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Ragtime Racers coming up next. A car that finished 7th place in the original Indy 500. Then we have a Wasp, painstakingly made to be a tribute to the first Indy 500 winner. So lots of cool stuff. But there is our leaders.
Wasp.
Yeah. John Ulmer, Carter Bowles, Nathan Duckles, Kyle Collins, Joe Cawley, Mitchell Idle, Vaughn Glace, Gary Gray, Rafe Baskin, and David Kunzelman. That's your top 10. Keith Taylor, Sean Monnett, Mark S. Clark, Matt Scheiferle, Chris Allen, Mark Hannafin, Michael Lang, David Bauman, Michael Merritt, and Timothy Nichols. Was it Michael Lang? Was that Little House on the Prairie? Was that Landon?
Michael Landon.
Landon, that's right.
Yeah.
Jessica Lang.
Jessica Lang, yes.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat. One of my favorite people in the paddock. We've got a little story from him. Jim Barfield, who was on the crew with a lot of Bill Elliott championships and a lot of big NASCAR teams, is going to walk us through some of the stock cars.
And we are in for a very special treat. One of my favorite people in the paddock, Jim Barfield here. He's going to do his best to speak proper English, but he talks how I think NASCAR drivers should talk, or they did in the heyday. But this is one of his cars. He's got a long history with Bill Elliott. He and his friends, they run a restoration group, but they are basically kind of re-gifting the American public with these beautiful NASCAR stock cars from all eras. So, Jim, first of all, let's talk about this number 9 here, because it itself has an extensive history, and then we'll talk about your restoration shop.
Bill run this body on this car in 1988 at Daytona and Talladega. I don't, top of my head, I don't know where he finished, but I think he was, it didn't win, but he was in top 5.
Yeah, and you know, Bill, $1 Million Bill, long history at Talladega, but this car, you were saying the body is from something else and the chassis is from something else, and I love these little stories like this.
Correct. The body is a Bill Elliott car that he raced. The frame come from Robert Yates Racing. It was a frame that they built, then we bought the car, complete car with a UPS body on it, cut the body off the frame, and then put this body on the frame.
Okay, so now let's talk, be honest here, because I'm looking at this car and it looks like a Concours winning show car, everything that's prepared. When you guys were racing on Sunday, when you'd pull out a car, would they look like this, or is this a little bit nicer than they would look before they went out to like Daytona or Talladega or anything?
The Daytona and Talladega cars were pretty nice because you wanted aero slick. So Ernie Elliott always made us get those cars like they was going to a show car event. So, but the short track stuff was...
So like Martinsville may not be?
It was rough, you know, so it was the car that they raced a lot and got beat up.
Now, one thing I love about this vintage stock car group is, you know, racing was so prevalent in America with the SCCA in the 50s and 60s, but then NASCAR kind of took over in the 80s and 90s, and now when we come to the tracks, it's cars like this that most of the general public can identify with. They know this number 9, or we've had the Jeff Gordon or the Dale Earnhardt cars. We've got a Clint Boyer car right here. Darrell Waltrip, my neighbor, Franklin, Tennessee. But, like, how cool is that a lot of people now, this is what they identify as the race cars of the day? Because
that was your NASCAR fan. Today's kids don't know what these cars were. They don't realize the history behind them and all. And their attention span is different than our attention span was back in the day. We'll go to a race and sit there and watch it 4 or 5 hours. Their attention span these days is not like that. They're used to playing with the computers and games and stuff.
I agree with that. That's a very good assessment. Now,
what are you laughing at now?
Well, cutting my friend Jim Barfield short. He's got some great wisdom. And in fact, one time Scott Borchetta brought a Bill Elliott car to Sebring, and they were doing some Hoosier tire testing, and I put a GoPro in the wheel well, and Jim Barfield walked me through all the stuff that I was seeing, not understanding.
Oh.
And the amount of knowledge that he has. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Ragtime Racers on track. And Ralph, I know you were just with them at Monterey. They joined us at Indy, and always a crowd favorite.
Yeah, and I've really enjoyed seeing these guys, and getting to see them 3 times this year has been a real treat. And I was really looking forward to watching these guys tackle the boot.
Yeah. So I think the oldest car, the newest car out there is over 100 years old.
Yeah, nothing.
And the sheet that I have is up to
newer
1920.
1920, right?
Yeah.
That's.
So they barely made it to the roaring 20s. And we have a 1909. There's a car that's out there. I don't know the number, but it just got out of a barn after sitting in a barn for 100 years. And last weekend at Lime Rock was its first outing.
You can spot it pretty quickly. Let's see, where is it?
Is it this car there?
No, it's not. That's the Marmon Wasp tribute.
Not that one.
Right here.
The one up.
No.
It's the real patinaed one,
yeah,
to say it lightly. So, yeah, the Marmon Wasp, that number 32, is a tribute to the first winner of the Indy 500, and a car with a rear-view mirror and not a driver, not a mechanic, a riding mechanic. And that was very revolutionary then. Then the number 20 right next to it finished 7th overall in the original Indy 500.
And you and I both have ridden in that car, and it is incredible to do so.
Terrifying.
Terrifying, yes. Not as scary as the Ford, what was that? They call that car the Speedway? What was the original? I'll look that up here. Yes.
The Henry Ford car?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Now the name escapes. It's like Sweepstakes or something like that, right?
That's it. And that car has a bench seat with nothing on the edges.
Mm-hmm.
So
like a church pew with
like
nothing.
a church pew without the sides, and you are literally hanging on for dear life to anything you can get your fingers around. And I got to go around M1.
Oh wow!
Outside of Detroit, there in Pontiac, Michigan, in that car, and at 45 miles an hour, it feels like you're really flying, and you're going to go sliding off the side. These cars, capable of speeds over 100 miles an hour, too, Ben. That's what was incredible about them. Many of them. Some of these were hill climb cars that have raced up Pikes Peak. That car that was found in the barn, I don't think it has made it out onto the track.
That's not at the number 5 there?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so let's see what Brian can do. I think he's in the number 20.
Yeah, it'd be Brian Blaine.
Look at the sight we're seeing here, Ralph.
Oh, it's so much fun. You know what else I like about these guys? When you go see their display, they have a display. I mean, they all get into it in everything they do. From the quality of the cars, the way they operate and run them, the suits, the driver outfits that they all wear. I mean, everything is very much like it was, period, correct. But they have little baseball cards on each of the car. Have you seen those? They're just fantastic. Great for the kids. What a way to connect kids or younger generations to something that is way beyond what they're used to seeing.
Yeah. So there's the car that didn't make it up the hill. That is a steeper hill than the camera angle shows us.
Oh, yeah. And that's a 1911 National. And number 20. It's out front and leading here.
Yeah. That is a National.
And the thing I like about that car, Ben, that is so unique, has a leather cone clutch.
Yeah. And that's the technology that they had back then.
That was it. And that was like pretty slick deal, right, to have a leather cone clutch. Yeah. And they explained to me how that all worked and everything, and I was just mesmerized, trying to comprehend a leather cone clutch. Charlie Mers was the man behind the wheel when that car finished 7th in the original Indy 500.
That is unbelievable. The amount of effort it takes for these drivers and caretakers, custodians of these cars, you can't just go to AutoZone or Napa O'Reilly and get parts for these things. The cylinders are gigantic.
Everything has to be made by hand. And what's really crazy too, Ben, is that back in the day when these cars were assembled, metals were not necessarily the same quality that they are today. So
and
a lot of
gauge,
times,
you couldn't go out and get an 18 gauge piece of sheet metal. It was just a piece of sheet metal and whatever they had.
Whatever it was, right? And so a lot of times they will tell you when you talk to the guys that own and operate these cars that the different pieces of metal throughout the car are all various things of what they're made out of, and they don't necessarily all bond together real well, right? So there's a lot of creativity to how they have to go about restoring these cars.
As all of them make it around the toe of the boot for the first time. They didn't get to go out this morning because of the rain.
Yeah.
And a lot of these cars are on basically what I'd call wagon wheels, wooden spoke wagon wheels that would be on the same things that would have been on horse buggies or covered wagons at the time.
Yep.
Because this is right when automobiles were starting to become less of a fad. And, you know, the Model T started coming out and more people could have cars. But look at that shot right there.
Look at these guys go. And they run them hard. I'm sure you experienced the same thing. When I went for my most recent ride at Indianapolis, I mean, he was really moving it around the track.
Yeah. I thought we were going to flip. It's 80 miles an hour in these things is way more terrifying than 150 or 180 in a new Corvette.
Without a doubt. And they all sound like chitty chitty bang bang when you're on it, right?
I mean, you can hear every revolution.
Oh, you hear everything on it. Look at how the wheels are all angled out at different.
I mean, that number 20 is only a 4-cylinder, but it has to have double the displacement of any Indy car now.
It is 460 cubic inches. And it's a T-head 4-cylinder, and it produces 100 horsepower going through that 3-speed non-synchro with a leather cone clutch. The frame and chassis are steel and wood. Wheels are wood, and the body is aluminum.
The Wasp is smoking pretty bad.
Yeah.
The body is aluminum?
Yes.
Wow. Oh. That's amazing.
Nationals were built from 1900 to 1924 in Indianapolis, and originally were powered by electric motors.
So 25 horsepower a cylinder, basically.
Yeah. Arthur Newby, who was company president, was also one of the 4 founders of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And National won the 500-mile race in 1912 with an average speed of 78.2 miles an hour.
On bricks. On 2.5 miles of bricks.
Can you imagine what it was like? It says 78.2 miles an hour, but how long did it take to run those 500 miles?
Yeah.
And can you imagine being in one of those, pounding around, and all that dust and everything that was kicked up, the vibration and everything, for 4 or 5 hours that it took to run that race?
That is unbelievable. So cool to have these out here. You know, we have pre-war cars, you know, with us quite a bit, but that means pre-World War II. Most of these cars are pre-World War I.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, the first airplane just took flight around these cars. Just to think about, like, what was happening back then.
Yeah.
You know, you had to take a train if you wanted to go across the country.
And that riding mechanic was very active in these cars. You were the eyes and ears for the driver, pointing out who was coming where, because there were certainly no spotters back then. But the other thing, Ben, was, I'm sure you did this as well when you rode in the National, you got to pump the oil, keep the oil pressure up. So you're constantly having to watch that gauge, and if the oil pressure falls down below a certain level, you got to start pumping on that thing to get it back up where it needs to be.
And, you know, we do a lot of things at the racetrack that can make you nervous, and public speaking and stuff like that, but I've never been more nervous at the racetrack than last thing I want to do is be the person that starved this engine of fuel or oil or anything like that, you know, so it's a lot of pressure.
Sure is.
So there it is. This is, you know, before we had an understanding of aerodynamics. That huge brick wall of a radiator at the front of these. I love the hand-painted numbers on the radiator
grill.
fins. Yeah.
It's really cool.
They're running exhibition. That's why they're wearing their period-correct leather helmets and goggles. We love that. Look at that thing now.
I wish there was a way we could do that with modern race cars. Put that number out front like that.
Mm-hmm. Look at that number 2. Like, just how plain easy it is to read that.
Here they all come at you once again as we head into the final corner.
Wait, but I think that's the number 2 red. That might be it.
Yeah, I was looking to see.
We have a list here that's left over from Indy, and then Ralph was the announcer at Monterey. And all these cars were out there at Monterey. Then they came out here for Lime Rock last weekend. Yeah, I think that number 2 is the Durant Special.
I think you're right.
You want to read that?
Well, you do it. You got that one.
Cliff Durant was a race car driver and businessman. His father was founder of General Motors, and for a time he was head of West Coast operations for Chevrolet. Durant commissioned Harry Miller to build this car in 1919. He backed the development of the Durant Special and a member of the Miller race cars to follow. He drove it in the 1922 500 at Indianapolis.
There you see the checker flag has fallen, and we had a shot of that yellow car off to the left there, the number 7 from the back as they were coming out onto the front straightaway. You can see the co-driver had his arm around the driver, and that's not because he's good buddies with him. That's because that's the only way you can hang on.
That's how you hold on.
Is to hang on to that seat back.
That's a Pikes Peak 2-time competitor in a car called a Lexington that was made in Lexington, Kentucky.
Sure was. Minuteman 6.
But yeah, those two, they're not on a date. That's how you hang on for dear life, isn't it?
And that's a 6-cylinder, 224 cubic inches, 73 horsepower. Lexington began building cars in 1909 in Lexington, Kentucky, then moved to Connersville, Indiana in 1910. And this car is a regular at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Lexington participated from 1920 to 26 at the hill climb. They took first and second there at Pikes Peak. And a big part of the history of that famed event.
A lot of people forget or don't realize that Indiana, and especially Indianapolis, was just about to be Detroit. Like they were in competition to be Motor City with Auburn right there, and all the car companies there. It's just General Motors and Ford just kind of took over. But, you know, at that time, there were 200 boutique car companies in America.
Which is so hard to believe.
And how cool is it? Brian, Ragtime Racers, thank you guys so much for coming out, being a part of these events, and bringing things that you just won't see. You know, this doesn't exist in other places.
No. It is impressive how many of them are out there and how dedicated these owners are to bringing them out and running them. And like we said, they work them hard.
Yeah.
And you know that every time these cars are on track, they are really stressing the components. And if you have to fix something, you have to fix something. It's going to be expensive, lengthy process. And
I know that they're sand casting some of their own components in their backyards.
Look at that Durant. So neat.
That was cool.
Well, we've got one more to go for today.
International GT Feature Sprint Race 3 is coming up next. That red truck in the back looks a little more modern.
Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it?
That's 100 years right there of evolution.
I'm going to change it up a little bit
now
here,
for something totally different.
Yeah.
Porsche Cup Cars for International GT coming up next. This should be a very fun race, but right now, let's send it to commercial, and we're going to come back for some International GT racing.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Here we are back at Watkins Glen for the final race of the day, and that sun is poking through the window here, making it hard for us to see the screen as we wrap up the day.
Now the sun comes out.
But we should have a nice dry racetrack for our international GT competitors.
Yeah, they did not have a nice racetrack. They had a good race last night. Then this morning they were in the thick of it, and now we've got this Sprint Race 3 happening right now, and then tomorrow morning early, starting at about 7:45 in the morning, we start with a grid walk for the hour-long International GT Enduro. So they're going to be 2 in a row races for IGT. It's our last race for Saturday and our first race for Sunday. We have 26 cars that are going to take the green. We have 2 pace laps. I'm going to try to run through the grid. Starting first is Tom Pank. Second, Steve Dunn. Third, John Boyette. Lucas Pank starting 4th. Michael Merritt is 5th. Bob Wyson 6th. 7th is Juan Gonzalez with Mission Foods here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour. William Oliver in the 058 starting 8th. 9th is Keith Grant. He's our first Stuttgart in a Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Peter Craig is in a Porsche GT4. Thomas Ballister starting 11th, last year's IGT champion. Woody Witchard starting 12th. Chris Ruppel 13th. 14th is Mark Julian. Brian Hicks is 15th. Thomas Kirk 16th. Nicholas Carangellan is 17th. 18th is Rocco Canada. 19th is David Wildrick. 20th is David Harrington. Andrew Smiley starting 21st. 22nd, Just Hands, is Torsten Gross. 23rd is Richard Grant. And 24th is Chris Duplessis. Good group of cars. Now, when I started with International GT, it was a lot of Caymans, and it was a lot of Stuttgart Cup. Then it went to the Porsches, the big Cup cars, the 3.6s to 3.8s to 4s to Rs, and now we're seeing a lot of Stuttgarts come back once Porsche made that 4-liter Cayman that's kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, it's a great car.
Great platform as well. So
there's you here.
Tommy Ballister. His in-car. Tom Pank and Tom Ballister worked hard to be able to show this in-car, so we appreciate that. His steering input is backwards. You see that?
Yeah.
He was turning right as he's going left. Something's going. I think some of them thought they were going to start. Some of them didn't get the memo that it was going to be 2 pace laps. See that?
Yeah.
So somebody took the. Oh, ew, I'm not sure what that guy's doing.
I don't know either.
So they come into Mission
That can
Foods.
be a treacherous situation when that happens, too.
Mm-hmm.
Get that accordion effect.
So the Allard pace car staying out there. And just if you're wondering, Ralph is also watching his channel of Speed Sport 1 to his right. Lots of great stuff on Speed Sport 1 all the time. Now, something I love about Speed Sport, I have a Roku at home.
Yeah,
and when I go to my menu, it shows me what is on Speed Sport. So sometimes I see the Trans Am logo or the SVRA logo on Speed Sport. I appreciate that. You're the only channel I have that does that somehow.
Well, we're happy to do that for you, Ben. We're here for you.
You got my memo. I appreciate that, making those changes for me. But they do a great job.
Thank you. We try.
So Tom Pank out front, his son Lucas just 4 behind in the same liveried car. So there's Tom. There's Lucas. Then Michael Merritt, our current points leader, who's kind of way out front right now in points. Right behind Lucas. Then there is our first. It is the exact Pantone of Tennessee Orange. Is Keith Grant. The whole family went to Tennessee.
Oh, really?
Yes. So he is. It's the exact Pantone everything of Tennessee Orange on his car. And it's checkerboard, just like Tennessee should be.
Yeah.
On board with Tommy Ballister. And just if you forget what car he's in, it's right up there to the left. Top left. Well, here they come to take the green, Ralph. Lots of spotters in those bleachers.
Yeah, this time we're actually going to go green. You see how much room there is to get wide and keep moving forward at the same time without worrying about getting into the wall. There used to be a massive gravel trap there.
Yeah. Every once in a while, that shot of Jimmy Johnson going through there and hitting
When
the
he
wall
stuffed the Bushcraft
200
car in
mile
there.
an hour, it seemed like. Yeah, you see, they did change Watkins Glen a lot. So it's Tom Pank, then Dunn. Then Michael Merritt has moved up to, well, I thought he moved up to third, but that's John Boyette, maybe? No, that's Michael Merritt.
That's
yeah.
Merritt.
And
Here
Lucas
comes
Pank.
Lucas.
So Tom Pank out front.
You see, Tom's got the yellow on the end plates of his big wing, and Lucas does not. I think that's how you can tell the difference between the two, because otherwise you're right, the livery is exactly the same.
John Boyette, is in second place in that yellow and black attack. And then Michael Merritt ahead of Lucas. There's Bob Wyson leading the group through. And then Keith Grant, the first of our Stuttgart. Michael Merritt and Lucas going at it here. Can't tell if Lucas's turn signal is on. And we'll be able to see who, as they come across the start, you'll see them click through to your upper left as we ride on board with Tommy Ballister, last year's winner of the Mission Foods Trophy Cup. There's Craig right behind him in that Stuttgart. That is a beautiful car. Now, Craig is not affiliated with the Panks, but has a very similar livery that will be confusing to us, Ralph.
Sure does.
I guess he thinks, give me the fastest IGT livery, and that's a pretty good
We're
guess.
Go with that.
So it's Tom Pank, then Boyette, then our points leader, Michael Merritt, then Lucas Pank, and then Dunn and Wyson. So Steve Dunn has fallen back to 5th from 2nd.
Not a lot of races left on the SVRA calendar for 2025, Ben.
No, we've got VIR, Barber, Thunder Hill, and then our national championship at Circuit of the Americas. VIR is next, and that's a big international GT turnout track. They like that track a lot. VIR would be if Watkins Glen didn't have Armco around it, basically. You know, they're both very, very beautiful tracks, but there's just a lot more runoff at VIR.
Yes.
Tom Pank has absolutely taken off. Michael Merritt and Boyette and then Lucas and Dunn going at it.
When you meet Tom Pank, he's a very nice guy. Not overly aggressive in any way, shape, or form. He gets behind the wheel of that car, it's a whole different Tom Pank.
Yeah.
He wants to crush everybody in the field, especially his son at that point.
Yeah.
But when he's out of the car,
he's
guy. Lucas's biggest cheerleader, right?
He's one of my favorite people in the paddock to hang out with. Just a lot of fun. But wait till you get a Tom Pank call wrong on the live stream, and I'm going to give him your personal phone number.
You.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Because every once in a while he'll send me a text to something that I said, and it's funny. But yeah, he's great. He's so much fun to hang out with. He and Lucas, the whole team, Bob Wyson, everybody over there. That's a lot of fun. But Michael Merritt with that gold stripe, you know, he's in it to win a championship this year. And we saw him out west. And
he's been everywhere with us, hasn't he? And fast everywhere he's been.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's been working with Evan Slater this year. So right now he is the one that everybody's wanting to beat. You know, whoever's winning in the championship, that's it. Anybody wants to get them. This is the close race here for overall third. That's Michael Merritt, then Dunn, and then Lucas Pank. A few years ago, Lucas Pank put that car that he's in on the roof here at Watkins Glen and raced it the next morning. You don't see that very often.
I would think you got to work pretty hard to make that happen.
So Tom Pank obviously is the class of the field. This is the battle here between Boyette, Michael Merritt, Dunn, and Pank. And then there's another great battle, just like International GT Racing, right behind with Bob Wyson and his group of cars. Haven't seen Juan Gonzalez out there yet, have you?
No, I know the rig is here. I haven't seen Mr. Gonzalez all weekend.
I did get to see him. He's doing great with his Too Fast, Too Tasty here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour.
And everything fits in a taco.
Yeah. So there's Grant, the leader in Stuttgart, but he's got Craig right behind him. And that's the Stuttgart race. See that green car and the orange car right ahead of him. And then right in front of them is Oliver and Wyson as we ride on board with Tommy Ballister right behind Craig.
There's a lot on that screen, isn't there?
Yeah. 6th gear, 157 miles an hour into the bus stop. Hitting the left-right at 90 miles an hour. Going back into 4th. This is such a difficult section. This little carousel. It's just meant to just throw the rear end of your car out. And then this long downhill. But it doesn't feel downhill when you're in the car. Back into 4th. He's got the motor on Craig, but then Craig's got these little nimble Club Sport Caymans. And you see Grant just ahead of Craig. That's their own battle in the Stuttgart Cup. These Caymans. And in front of them are the 2 Cup cars. That's going to drive me nuts to the
wheel going the wrong way.
Have you ever tried to ride one of those bicycles that do that?
No.
Oh, it's impossible. So you see Grant. Normally he wouldn't be pushing the cars in front of him, but because he's got a Stuttgart car behind him, he has to.
Really get a good look at how close you come out to that wall.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So see,
here's a big move. Oh boy. I don't think he saw him, Ben.
That was Grant and Craig. You can see Grant coming up slowly now. I don't think Grant was expecting that at all. But that was a side-by-side, almost wheel-to-wheel contact. This is where I'm glad I'm not one of the stewards, Ralph.
Having a rule on that.
But Grant staying out there in that orange car. He's lost 3 or 4 positions. There's our leader, Tom Pank. I haven't gotten word yet if Craig has fired back up, but there's Grant. He's got his hazards on. He's going to come in. Michael Merritt now at the tail end of this. So something's really happened here in this mid group with Dunn, Merritt, and Lucas Pank.
Yeah, they shook it up pretty good, didn't they?
And Lucas still has his right flashers on. Like a BMW driver. But you're in a Porsche. Using all of the track. Wonder if we'll see Grant come in. Okay, so 4-9 went up the escape road between 1 and 2. That's Peter Craig. And I think Keith Grant is coming into the pits. Maybe, hopefully they just have to check everything and he can go back out.
Yeah. Didn't look like either car suffered heavy damage. Just, they definitely got together.
Yeah, but both of those wraps, probably the 2 best looking cars in the field. So yeah. I hate that. It hurts my feelings.
Yeah. Had a rough day.
So Tom Pank, the class of the field with 9 minutes left. Now again, tomorrow is going to be about a 55-minute enduro, our hour-long enduro with a 5-minute mandatory pit stop. And we've got some hot shoots, some big professional drivers out here that are going to jump into the cars if everything allows.
Are Tom and Lucas racing together in the enduro, or they each have a co-driver?
Sure. I don't know if they usually just race separately. Unless one of the cars isn't running as well, but looks like they're running well, so they might be racing against each other. And they don't have co-drivers. Michael Merritt's fallen back, though. Not sure what's happened there. It's Tom Pank clicks off another lap. Boyette looking good. Yellow, black, and pink. I like that. Merritt coming through the Mission Foods turn 1. More Stuttgart back here. So I'm showing by timing and scoring that Grant is still in this race somewhere.
We're down to about 7.5 minutes.
So that's Kirk. Canada.
They're running 14th and 15th.
I really like the look of these Caymans. Just always like the Boxsters and the hardtop version of the Caymans. I don't know what it is. I know I'm supposed to like the Cup cars more, you know, but I just like the look of the Caymans. There's the oldest Cayman out there.
Well, I think the Cayman, the current Cayman tends to remind you more of what the old 911 was like, right? It's just a little smaller. The big 911s now have really, for the street, have gotten to be
large.
As a production car, they're more of a Grand Touring car.
Yeah.
They have incredible performance in it, but they seem to be more like a Grand Touring car.
coming up to the toe of the boot. He should be hard on the gas. 4th gear. 5th. Let's see what kind of speed he hits here till the heel. 130. Now 134. Hard on the brakes through the gears. This track, just like a lot of the road courses we go to, are basically just set up to knock the car out of balance and just kill the spirit of the driver.
Yeah.
And I wonder, after you've done 5 or 6 laps at speed and anger like this, do you forget that the walls are there? Or are they constantly reminding you?
I think your vision becomes more tunnel-esque, if you will, as you go. Curious to see the speed he carries through the S's here. Coming up now.
I wouldn't have guessed 120.
Look at that. Picking up speed.
Yeah.
140 on the exit. Quickly to 150. Just shy of 160 miles an hour as he turned in to the bus stop.
Yeah, less than 6 inches from the wall.
Yeah.
That's the kind of precision that you have to have a fast lap here.
Yep.
I don't know if I have that kind of discipline. Or C.O. Jones, as they would say. There's Michael Merritt.
Well, trust, right? Trust is a big part of it. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust the setup within the car and the car itself that it's going to stay together. And you have to trust your crew that they put it all together and set it up the right way for you to do that.
Well, there's Grant, I believe, and then Lucas Pank is around Boyette. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting that. So nice job, Lucas. John Boyette's in a 2019 Porsche GT3 Cup car, 4-liter. Lucas Pank is in a 2010. Grant is going to be in Road Atlanta next weekend, so he's got to keep that car working. He's got a pretty big race next weekend at Road Atlanta, I believe. His dad, Richard Grant, is currently in 20th. Both Trans Am competitors for a long time. Now having fun in International GT, which we love seeing. Car of Boyette. 3 minutes remaining in this race. And Tom Pank has a pretty big gap on his son Lucas Pank.
Sure does.
But a 1 and 2 for the Panks, that's pretty good. Bob Wyson in 7th. I misspoke. I thought that was Grant there in front of him. That's not Grant. But the Panks can see each other on track right now.
Lucas putting a little more gap in there.
Okay, we've got a waving white flag. Next time by for Thomas Pank.
And as we head towards the bus stop here, you know, one thing we haven't talked about is the curbing on the exit out of the chicane here. It's pretty big on the exit. And you can get up on that curbing, it can really upset the car. Not as big through the intersection, but right in here, see how it really picks up that right front of the car.
Through the toe of the boot. Tom Pank has not put a wheel wrong yet. Now, if something goes wrong, I'm going to get a big, nasty text about my yet.
Yeah. Why would you do that to me?
And then there's Torsten. Just Hands. Torsten Gross has a 4-part series on Prime Video. Just Hands. Check that out. It's very cool. 2 of the episodes really focus on International GT, so get on Amazon Prime and check out Just Hands. Torsten Gross. To take the white flag, and his son 9 seconds behind him.
I'll be able to share the podium, take some medals home together.
I got to witness at VIR a few years ago Lucas Pank beating his dad for the first time. It was neat. Neat to see.
For everybody but Tom.
Yep. Tom didn't like it and loved it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those just weird dad moments.
Dad liked it, competitor hated it.
Mm-hmm. I have that a lot now. My sons are getting to the age where I'm like, man, you guys are just make so much better decisions than I made at your age, or you're so much smarter than me. You know, I love that. You love it and hate it.
Oh yeah.
You guys have already outgrown me, you know, because I'm a 50-year-old, 15-year-old.
Yes.
Tom Pank into the toe of the boot. Just a few more corners left. Let's see if it can be a clean Pank sweep. Or as Ken Fangler always says, does Pank have anything left in the tank? The Bay Sabres Technologies car.
Just a couple of corners left to go here for Tom Pank. 2013 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Last corner of the day. And a checkered flag awaits him. There it is. Tom Pank wins here at Watkins Glen.
And Lucas way out front. Boyette.
Lucas will take second. Boyette will take third.
But all eyes on Michael Merritt crossing the line right now, our points leader.
He'll take fifth.
Good points day for him. Here comes Ballister. Now right here, there's a bump where the tunnel goes under there. Dorsey Schrader was pointing to me. He's like, it's almost in the worst spot because it's right where you want to get on the gas. There's a bump right there.
And that's what the checker flag looks like.
Little thumbs up to the crew from Tom Ballister.
Tom finishes 8th overall.
Well, there's our results for International GT Sprint Race 3, the first weekend under Julie Bentley's tutelage as the new president of International GT. Doing an absolutely fantastic job. Ken Fangler's still here.
Yeah.
But Julie Bentley's taken over. I think that's terrific news. And reading all the news on Facebook, it's been really fun to see. I feel like Bill Riddell and Ken Fangler can rest easy knowing International GT is in good hands.
Very good hands, yes. And she's excited to stretch her legs out a little bit in the new position, you know. She said, I've always had ideas of things I'd like to try, and
she's going to be great. I've gotten to work with her probably the last 8 years. Everybody loves her. She works her butt off.
Grew up in racing. She's a racer all the way through and through.
Well deserved, and I can't wait to see some of the things that she wants to implement.
Yeah. Hopefully not new announcers.
I wouldn't mind getting fired from Julie Bentley. I think she'd do it in a very loving way. Well, there's our results up to 23. Looking at Eric Whitnable. There's Julie Bentley right there. And see, she's already improving something. She's like, no, we need more of that stuff right here.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, okay. Just do it my way, Eric. Shut up. Do what I tell you. Here they come into winner's circle. Well, I'm going to go down there and join the party, Ralph.
Panks aplenty will be there for you. All right. Base Saver Technology cars pulling in. A little dirty from the battle, but looking pretty on the top 2 steps of the podium. As Ben said, we will be back here tomorrow morning while we wait for these guys to make it up onto the podium. We will be back here tomorrow morning. There's Tom. 7:45 a.m.-ish. That's when Ben will start the grid walk. Lucas. And then we will go racing with an hour's worth of International GT. And then a full slate of SVRA competition throughout the day from here at Watkins Glen as we wrap up what's been a very enjoyable weekend here in upstate New York. The EIR will be the next stop. Virginia International Raceway. We'll have a full slate of SVRA and Trans Am as well. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 cars will be there.
My bad. I didn't mean to call you. Sorry.
I believe some of our open wheel series competitors will be there as well. That'll be coming up in about 2-3 weeks. Look at the beautiful scenery here. The Finger Lakes region of New York. Seneca Lake right near here. Just 10 minutes down the hill. Campfires are going. Everybody already thinking about dinner plans around here. Now they're going to entertain themselves through the night as they wait to go racing again in the morning. All right, looks like Ben's got everybody wrangled up down there on the podium, so let's head down for the victory party.
Oh, she's watering the crowd? Oh, okay. So you guys are the trophy queens? Okay. All right. I was just wondering. Julie, bring them out here. Come on. On behalf of International GT, we'd like to thank you very much for being here. Final race of the day. It was a good way to end the day, right, guys? Fantastic. Dry racetrack, the sun is out, getting ready for tomorrow morning, 60-minute enduro. Thank you very much for being here as part of the SpeedTour event. We'd like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli. Everybody said, where's Juan? He's on a jet into Spain. That's what you do, you know, when you got a $30 billion corporation, that's what you do. We're very happy to have him here. Our official sponsors, Detroit Watch Company and Forged Line Forged Wheels, and our official vendors, SpeedTour Communications, Soco Race Wheels, and Stand 21. Oh, thank you. The official papers. Thank you. Thank you very much. See if it's any different. Rob Elson in Tech. Let's give a round of applause. Come on. He works hard, those guys in Tech. They do a great job. Thank you very much for taking care of the IGT cars. Something new this year, but it's been very, very efficient, and the guys do a great job. All right. I still don't see Julie. Where is she going? She's still watering the crowd out there? Come on, Julie. There's not going to be more people. All right. Bring me a couple of first place trophies, okay? 2 first places. And in no particular order, I'm going to start this thing out. Mission Foods GT3 Cup. 2 classes, first place. First place in 3.8 liter. Car number 22, Brian Hicks. Brian, come on up. Tops up of the ladder here. Come on up, Brian. And in first place, and I didn't see him doing any kind of dash for any kind of parts or anything, but car 76, 3.6 liter, Nick Carangela. Nick, come on up, Nick. Oh, there's Julie. She brought her basket. Oh, really? Nick, I'll start over here with you. Take your trophy. That looked better than that. You know, you weren't running around the paddock before the race. You know, you look calm, cool, collected, you know, just the way things are going, ready for tomorrow's Enduro.
Yeah, it takes me a while. You know, I'm old and it takes me a while. But it was great. Great race, perfect weather, great crowd. I mean, really, thanks. Thanks so much for putting this on.
Great job. Nicholas Carangela in first place in 3.6 liter, the little car that could. Brian, you know, you used to be amongst a lot of 3.8. Where did all the 3.8 liters go? Did you chase them all away?
I must have chased them all away. They were scared to death of me, so they had to move to faster cars. I think next year I'm going to have to step up and do a little bit more competition. We'll see. Good race, good series. Thanks, IGT. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations, Brian Hicks. Guys, hold up the campaign. I'm going to get out of the way. Let's give him a round of applause. First place, 3.6 and 3.8 liter. Fantastic. Thanks, guys. All right, let's stay with a couple of first-place trophies, okay? Let's see. We've got, in Cayman class, 3.8 liter. First time with International GT, okay? Good to be only car in class. It works for us, works for you. Andrew Smiley, car number 167. And not to be outdone, the Minister of Fun, car 26, filling in for Ari, okay? All right, here he is, Chris Duplessis. Come on up, Chris. I'm sorry, I'm still going to say the thing. Pull the suit up. You know, yeah, we had a P1.
Director of Fun.
Director of Fun. I got to get the title right?
Who gave him a mic?
Exactly. Well, it won't be long, and you won't have me to kick around anymore. All right. So, anyway, I'm going to start over here. Andrew, jump on to number 2. Go over there. We'll put. You stay right there. Get on the number 1 spot. Andrew, congratulations. All right, you, Dan, and everybody else who really, because we know Dan doesn't just stands around and does everything. You know, looks good. You know, the guys behind him, but it just hands. Congratulations to you and Harry Dog Garage.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's such a great time out here. Thank everybody for the warm welcome. My first IGT race, and thanks to Dan, and Torsten, and Peter, and keeping me going and enthusiastic. And I had a personal best out here just now, and my lap times keep getting better, and I didn't cause any problems. So it's a successful race.
Perfect. Well, that's the way to go, and you're ready for tomorrow's Enduro. We wish you the best of luck. You and the Harry Dog Garage. Peter, great job on prepping his car. Great. Let's give him a round of applause. First place. And in exhibition, not to be outdone, here he is. Julie, it's Director of Fun. Is that Director of Fun? You have. Do you think Minister of Fun has the same ring, or is that an elevation or a demotion?
I think a demotion. Directors, you know. Okay. So fun.
Good. Well, congratulations. All right. Look like best of luck in P1. You got some work to do. You give Ari our best, and we wish you the best and hope to see you back, you and or Ari, both here at IGT.
No, I'm kicking him out. I'm coming back. You guys are all awesome to run with. I was for sure a moving chicane, but pleasure having you guys all pass me.
All right, guys, hold up the trophies. Let's give a round of applause. Good job.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Some mystery in this thing. Cayman, Mission Foods, GT3 Cup 4-liter class. And it wasn't as the other races that we've had so far. In third place, car number 30, one of the famous racing family, Richard Grant. Come on up, Richard. Second place, car 22A, Thomas Kirk. And in first place, keeping a steady Eddie, car number 4, the other half of the famous racing family, Grant family, Keith Grant. Come on up, guys. Great job. Richard, I'll start over here with you. Nice to be up on the podium with your son, all right? And I asked you this, I think it was Mid-Ohio, but how long have you been racing? Because I'm an old guy, okay? But I'm just going to guess you've been racing longer than me.
52 years.
How about that, guys? All right? Good for you. Congratulations. And what's even better, he brought along his son, who's very fast. So congratulations to you and the whole family.
Thank you.
How many of your family are racing at this point?
My son, both of my sons are racing, and my brother and his son. So I started in '73, 3 months before he was born. So my wife was pregnant with him when I started, and he just kind of grew up in it.
Good. Well, I'm glad you found a hobby while your wife was pregnant. Okay, congratulations. Richard Grant, 3rd place. Let's give him a round of applause. Good to see you. 2nd place, Zotz Racing, collecting some very valuable championship points. The guy with the coolest shirt at the social last night. Congratulations to you and Zotz Racing.
Thanks, Ken. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for IGT and Jason, my crew chief, and Zotz for preparing a great car. It's fabulous to be out here with y'all. I really appreciate it.
Super. Well, congratulations to you. Thomas Kirk, 2nd place. And in 1st place, still keeping ahead of the field. Some of the other guys had some problems. Better to be lucky than good sometimes. And you kept it going and kept the lap times down. So congratulations. Good place to be for Enduro tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. It's been kind of challenging. I had some Cup cars holding me up and just insisted on racing with me and blocking me today. Made it tough and eventually led into getting hit by one of my by another car. So it was an unfortunate day, but at least we won. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, there you go. We'll hold up the trophies, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. Top 3, Mission Foods GT3 Cup 4-liter class. Fantastic. Good job, guys. All right. Let's move on back to Stuttgart Cup. Cayman 3.8-liter improved class, okay? Back to same old, same old. You guys don't want the champagne? We'll take it. It's good stuff. This time it's actually good stuff. I mean, I don't know what, Glenora Wines, right up the premier winery in the area, okay, right up the road. So how about that, Julie? We got something for tonight's festivities. We're going to celebrate. Okay, anyway, back to Stuttgart Cup, 3.8-liter. Same old. We got in 3rd place, car 63, David Harrington. And in 2nd place, David Wildrick. Sorry, David, I only read what I got here. And in 1st place, as usual, Rocco Canada, just a tick ahead of him. So come on up, guys. Let's give him a round of applause. There was some good racing going on here. Dr. David, I'll start over here with you. Pinhead, yes. One size fits all, as long as it's small. Okay, there we go.
Your head.
Yeah, it does. I am the pinhead, yes. David, congratulations. Good luck to you for tomorrow's Enduro. But, a good way to finish the day after, a rainy event that you didn't go out for this morning. But this afternoon, you got into it and it went well. Congratulations to you.
It was a ton of fun. I was just looking at the back of his car for most of the race and trying to figure out if I could get around him, but he had too much for me, so...
Well, congratulations. Usually what David's usually doing there is trying to get around Rocco. And all right, so your best hope was that he'd detract and disturb him enough that you'd get, but it didn't quite. But you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
David Harrington, 3rd place, all right, in Cayman. All right, David, I know you've beat him once in a while, okay? But, being the bridesmaid, there must be some point that, but I looked at the times and they were in a tick and positioning's everything. You could hope for some maybe lap traffic, but none of that played into it. But it was a good race nonetheless, and congratulations to you.
No, it was a great race, and this isn't a loss for me. This is a double win for the neighborhood. So.
There you go, and he's got the, and he brings along his own cheering section. Let's hear it for the David Wildrick cheering section. Come on, guys, let's hear it. And in 1st place, all right, you got out of the rain. The rain stopped. You said, I think I'll go racing, and I'll go out. Okay, congratulations to you. Good to see you back, my friend.
Great, thanks. We had a good time. It was a good race, and the neighborhood is right here. Dave and I went to high school together, so it's a good win for us.
That's right.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you the best for tomorrow's Enduro, guys. Hold up the trophies. Let's give them a round of applause. Good racing. Stuttgart Cup, 3.8 liter improved. Okay, a couple more to go. Mission Foods, GT3 Cup. All right, in third place, car 899, getting some very good championship points. George Michael Merritt, third place. Excuse me, sorry, second place, all right? Third place, car 27. He's got the foam to go. Robert Wyson, okay, Robert's third place. George Michael Merritt in second. And in first again, Steve Dunn. Steve, come on up. Steve, you should still be smiling. Remember, you won tires on the last podium, okay? Okay, you got to keep, yeah, really, it should be perpetual. Like, why can't I win those, all right? All right, I'm going to start over here. Bob Wyson, as I said, you're getting used to that 4-liter car, all right? Tommy Ballister, last year's champion, was behind you. He was going to keep you going, but congratulations to you. Good run. It's been a good weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far, and yeah, Tommy was coming for me. He was trying all he could, but was able to keep it up front, so it was okay.
Good. Well, congratulations to you, and wish you the best for tomorrow's Enduro.
Oh, thank you very much.
Robert Weiss in third place. Good job. Michael, easy on that. You know, I don't want any premature, stuff going on here. I got to get out of the way, but and make sure you aim it that way. But congratulations to you. Second place, good points for add to your championship run. So congratulations to you.
Yeah, it was fabulous. Good racing out there, everyone. And thank you to IGT and our sponsors. Great thing.
Good job. Well, congratulations to you. All right, and in first place. But I got to say, the first few laps, all right, you had the Pank sandwich again. You had Lucas was back there, and he was coming. We'll see him shortly up here. But congratulations to you. Good job, and you're back up on the podium. I'm sorry I don't have tires for you this time.
Well, it was fun. Actually, I wasn't in the sandwich. He got me at the start, and it was a little hairy at first set of S's. It was pretty wild. I went through, or started at P2 and finished that section in P5. So it was a little gnarly, but everybody kept it clean. Appreciate that. It was a fun race. Appreciate IGT, all your sponsors, Mission Foods, Pirelli, everybody. We love you.
Great. Well, congratulations to you and the Charles Wick. George, Michael, are you winding your watch over here? Or what are you doing with that champagne? I don't know. I'm going to get out of the way. Yeah, I'm retiring, but I don't need a shower. Okay, I'm going to get out of the way. Let's give a round of applause for our top finishers. 4-liter class. I'm going over here by you. Yeah, right. There we go. All right. Thank you. One more to go here, okay? Some great racing, and it was a good race. Mission Foods GT3 Cup for our class. All right. In third place, switching cars, okay? We had the driver change. Car number 11, not Cliff Coyer this time, but John Boyette, car 11, third place. Come on up, John. Second place, car 40, holding up the family tradition, Lucas Pank. And in first place, in 4R and overall first place, Tom Pank, car 42. John, I'll start over here with you. Good to see you. You were the gentleman that stepped out of the car and let Cliff run into the other race, but boy, you had some racing to do with these guys out there.
I did. It was good to have Cliff in the car. Just want to thank the whole Matrix Motorsports team. Cliff had a mechanical problem, and he's our leader, so I let him drive it in the sprint yesterday, and we're going to share it in the Enduro tomorrow.
Good. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and that's the sportsmanship type that we like to see in International GT in the paddock. As I said, we like to see sportsmen on the racetrack and good guys in the paddock, and you seem to be one of those good guys. So congratulations to you and the Matrix team.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
John Boy at third place in 4R. Lucas, you knew what the times were. You knew what you could do. You may not have had that just a little bit to catch Dad, but you knew the other guys you could cover, but they made you work for it.
Oh, yeah, they always make me work for it, Just reminder, I'm still in a 3.8-liter engine racing against the big boys, so I've really got to fight tooth and nail to get every little inch I can. And, man, that was a fun race, just really grinding it out and just, oh, he's right up there, I can get him, and it finally happened. So a lot of fun. Love IGT. It's a blast being here. Thank you.
Lucas Pank, and we'll make sure we'll never give the young guy any more displacement, all right? Now, the old guys like this, it's okay, all right? But, Tom, you had the field covered. You got out early. You ran quick laps very early on, and you had them covered, but you never know how it's going to go, so you just keep your head down and keep going.
Yeah, you got to remember that traffic is coming, so you go, and you can have a bobble sometimes, and I kind of backed off a little bit in the end there, just let Lucas get a little closer, but look at the laps. He was only a tenth of a second slower than me on fastest lap, and an older and far less
wiser.
No. But I'd like to thank everyone, Mission Foods, Juan Gonzalez, IGT, Ken, you, now that you're departing, and Julie's taking over, and we'll see you at VIR, well, after tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow.
There we go. All right, Tom Pank, our top 3 overall, top 3 and 4 are great racing. There we go. All right, that concludes our festivities for this evening. Thank you very much on behalf of International GT. We will be out. Please be on grid, 7:45 tomorrow. There'll be a walk. TV will be there doing interviews. And they're doing photos. And but anyway, thank you very much. We wish you Godspeed and have a wonderful evening. We'll see you first thing tomorrow morning. When you run when you're up against the wall